Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Lucifer Issei becomes Dragon God. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As he jumped, Tiamat anticipated his landing spot. "Roar of the Dragon of Lightning," she cried out, unleashing a colossal surge of lightning from her mouth, aimed squarely at him. An immense wall of sand formed between the attack and Gaara, but the strike managed to break through, reaching him. The sand barrier barely halted the assault, and a small part pierced through, leaving a cut on Gaara's cheek. Infuriated, he felt a thin line of blood trickle down from the wound. Tiamat thought with a mix of triumph and uncertainty, "Yes. Take that. Wait, did I actually hurt him? Can electricity injure him?" Beneath Gaara's feet, the sand began to swirl, forming a cloud that hovered in the air despite his weight. "Die!" Gaara shouted, and the sand shot toward Tiamat like projectiles. She jumped back, but the projectiles adjusted their trajectory, relentlessly pursuing her. Tiamat began to run away from Gaara's technique, her mind racing. "I wish I could move as fast as my lightning. If only I were as quick as a lightning bolt." In a moment of inspiration, she created a wall of ice to shield herself from the incoming sand projectiles. Whispering to herself, she said, "My mother always told me I was an idiot. I can move as fast as lightning." Gaara watched intently as Tiamat focused on the ground, then raised her hand, causing a series of sand spikes to erupt beneath her. She leaped atop her ice wall, avoiding the spikes, and looked at Gaara with a confident smile. "Listen up, redhead," she called out, and though Gaara raised an eyebrow, he had no time for a retort. "I know how to defeat you. If you don't surrender now, I won't be responsible for what happens next," Tiamat declared boldly. "Just die." Gaara replied, his voice low and menacing. A massive wave of sand formed behind Draig's daughter, and a layer of lightning surrounded her as her smile widened. "Don't say I didn't warn you," she shot back. With unmatched speed, Tiamat leaped, catching Gaara off guard. He turned in disbelief as she appeared right behind him, her fist crackling with electricity and poised to strike. His defensive sand appeared to block the blow, but Tiamat's fist pierced through it effortlessly. Though her punch didn't connect, it stopped just beside his face for a split second before she vanished again in a blur. She reappeared midair beside him, spinning to deliver a kick charged with electricity. The sand barrier formed once more but split in two under the force of her strike. Gaara glanced at the spot where Tiamat had been, only to find remnants of his sand barrier but no sign of her. Suddenly, a fist struck his face, causing him to turn, eyes wide, as he saw his barrier being shattered as if it were nothing. The sound of his sand crumbling made him whirl around, but there was no one there. Tiamat's silhouette flashed before his eyes, and just after that, his sand barrier reformed to protect him from a lightning-infused kick. Gaara scanned his surroundings, searching for his elusive opponent. He saw Tiamat charging at him with her fist poised to strike, but suddenly she vanished from sight, reappearing behind him to deliver a kick that sliced through the sand. Tiamat dashed past Gaara at high speed, repeating her previous maneuver, disappearing only to reappear behind him and slice through his sand barrier with another kick. She then began to run in circles around him, who was desperately trying to locate her. Tiamat jumped, spinning in the air before landing on Gaara and delivering an incredible electric kick to his forehead, causing him to drop to his knees with a deep cut on his brow. After stepping back, she looked at him with a triumphant smile. "What did you think of that?" she taunted. "You little brat." Gaara growled, his frustration evident. Tiamat began to run toward him at a moderate speed. Gaara frowned and moved one of his arms, sending a wave of sand toward her. She increased her speed, darting behind him to land a lightning-infused punch. Gaara turned just in time to see his sand barrier shatter, but Tiamat was nowhere to be found. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his barrier being sliced through again beside him. Turning quickly, he caught sight of Tiamat running off to the side. Noticing something appear to his left, he turned, only to receive a powerful electric punch from her that sent him flying several meters away. Looks like your barrier isn't so tough after all, Tiamat taunted, her confidence growing. Gaara began to rise with difficulty, blood pouring from his wounds, a look of pure hatred etched on his face, and sand swirling around him. Seems like you still want more, Tiamat observed, her tone teasing. She started running as fast as she could around Gaara. The sand surrounding him began to whirl, trying to prevent her attack. Suddenly, Tiamat appeared crouched in front of him and delivered a strong electric kick to his chin, lifting him several meters into the air. But that wasn't the end. She followed up with several more kicks, sending Gaara soaring to about 15 meters high, a height his sand couldn't reach. Electric WHPS of the Thunder Dragon, she shouted, and electric ropes wrapped around Gaara, leaving him completely bound and upside down. Tiamat positioned herself behind him, grabbing his arms, and began to spin, holding onto Gaara as they plummeted toward the ground. The two opponents crashed into the earth like a drill, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Tiamat emerged from the dust cloud with a few scratches on her body, breathing heavily. "It's over," she declared, taking a few steps toward where she sensed Issei's power. But after 5 steps, she felt as if she had been pierced by a barrage of bullets. Tiamat fell to her knees, spitting blood. Turning with a confused look, she saw Gaara standing there, grinning. The pumpkin on Gaara's back opened, releasing a sort of black powder that moved at high speed and ensnared Tiamat's right arm. "Iron sand coffin," he shouted. The iron sand tightened around her arm, breaking it and causing her to scream in pain. More iron sand appeared around Tiamat, wrapping around her body and pulling her closer to Gaara. "I really want to make you suffer. But unfortunately, if I take the time to do that, I'll just be wasting time. That's why I'm going to destroy you in one blow," he declared ominously. "Iron sand coffin." Gaara shouted again. The black sand began to squeeze tightly around Tiamat, who started to scream in agony. She struggled to free herself, but the iron sand tightened its hold even more. "Minute I got careless," she thought, desperation creeping in. Tears streamed down Tiamat's cheeks, her eyes tightly shut against the pain. The image of her mother flashed in her mind, and she realized she was now in a similar predicament. "No, I don't want to end up like Mom. I don't want to die, not like this," she whispered to herself, feeling the pressure of the iron sand increase around her, slowly crushing her bones. "Please, someone help me. Say, Dad, anyone," she thought desperately. A voice, audible only to her, broke through her despair. "What are you doing?" That voice, it was her father. "Dad, please help me." "I can't do that," Drake replied. "And even if I could, this is something you must do for yourself. But remember who you are. You are Tiamat Gotch, daughter of the Dragon Queen of Annihilation and the Celestial Dragon of Domination. You are my daughter. Show them what you're really made of. I believe in you. You can do it." As Drake's words resonated within her, Tiamat's tears ceased, and her body glowed with a fierce red light. "Yes, you're right, Dad. I can handle this." "Well said. Now, finish that off," Drake encouraged. With newfound determination shining in her eyes, Tiamat pushed against Gaara's attack. "If only I had more power," she murmured, but as she thought of her father, a sense of calm washed over her. Her body glowed once more, and she felt strength surging back into her. Gradually, the sand that had trapped her began to yield. Gaara, watching in disbelief, muttered, "What is this?" Her power increased dramatically in an instant. "Don't tell me." With renewed vigor, Tiamat's body radiated light, and she finally broke free from the sand. Without hesitation, she charged at Gaara, delivering a powerful blow to his chest with her hand, now covered in ice and lightning. The strike left a deep wound, and blood gushed from his body. "I'm going to end this once and for all," Tiamat declared, her voice resolute. A massive pillar of lightning enveloped her. Secret art of the Dragon Slayer. Absolute judgment of the lightning dragon. The great pillar transformed into an incredibly powerful bolt that shot from Tiamat's hands, heading straight for Gaara, who was unable to move and took the attack head-on. When the attack subsided, Gaara collapsed to the ground, unconscious and charred. Tiamat stared at him for a few moments, ensuring he wouldn't rise again. Suddenly, the power that had surged within her vanished, and she dropped to her knees, exhausted. That was Dad's ability. A smile spread across Tiamat's face. She had inherited her father's power, the ability to duplicate her own strength, a realization that filled her with unparalleled joy. Meanwhile, Issei, the silver-haired warrior, stared seriously at the red-haired opponent before him, Escalating firmly gripped in his left hand. The redhead, donning his helmet, had his red eyes shining with intensity, a circular shield in his right hand and a sword in his left. Slowly, they began to walk toward each other, the tension escalating until they broke into a run. When they were just a meter apart, Issei attempted a horizontal slash, but the redhead blocked it with his shield and countered with a cut from his sword. Issei stepped back, kicking to deflect the cut to the side. However, he didn't anticipate a blow from the redhead's shield, which sent him stumbling back a few meters. Leaping toward the god of war with Escalating in hand, Issei was surprised when Aries raised his shield to block the attack. In a flash, Issei vanished from his previous spot, leaving only a rock in his place. Quickly, Aries turned, finding the blade of Escalating just inches from his head. With a speed reminiscent of Tiamat, he jumped back, distancing himself from Issei, then hurled his shield toward the protagonist. Issei ducked, avoiding the god's attack, then advanced to clash swords with his opponent. The half-demon delivered a horizontal cut, which Aries blocked. Following that, the god of war executed a diagonal downward slash, which Issei managed to parry. Aries unleashed a series of cuts that Issei calmly deflected. Then, Issei attempted to stab Aries in the chest, but the redhead jumped back just in time, performing a few somersaults in the air to land on a rock. Aries extended a hand forward, momentarily confusing Issei, who remained on guard with a serious expression. Suddenly, Issei's eyes widened as he ducked, narrowly dodging something coming from behind him. He glanced at the redhead, noticing that his shield was back in his right hand. The shield dissipated into a cloud of orange smoke, and Aries positioned himself in front of Issei in a fencing stance. Issei mirrored this action, appearing calm. He delivered a diagonal downward cut that Aries barely managed to block, followed by another diagonal cut, this time upward. Aries easily parried this attack, then aimed a horizontal slash at Issei's neck, which the silver-haired warrior stopped effortlessly. Issei circled around Aries, moving behind him to deliver a cut with Escalating, but the redhead blocked it. Aries jumped back to evade Issei's move. Aries tried to slash at Issei, but Issei blocked it and used the tip of Escalating to knock the redhead's helmet off. Issei laughed, "Ha, what now, huh?" In response, Aries swung at Issei's head, which he narrowly blocked at the last moment. What Issei didn't expect was for Aries to switch hands with his sword and attempt to behead him. Fortunately, Issei managed to sidestep, narrowly avoiding the attack. Aries then tried to slice Issei's leg, but his sword was stopped by the blade of Escalating. Both combatants clashed swords once more. Aries aimed to decapitate Issei, but he ducked, evading the cut, then attempted a vertical downward slash at the god. That cut was blocked. Seeing a microscopic opening, Aries aimed a move at Issei's stomach. What he didn't know was that the opening had been intentionally created by the silver-haired warrior. As the god approached, Issei deflected Aries' sword to the side, then raised it, standing face to face with their swords crossed. "You're skilled," Issei said. "So are you," Aries replied. With that, Aries kicked Issei, pushing him back a few meters. The god of war began to walk toward Issei, delivering a flurry of cuts with his sword, which Issei blocked while stepping backward. At one point, Aries executed a horizontal cut that forced Issei to duck to keep his head intact. But once again, he didn't expect a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. "You know very well that with a sword, you'll never defeat the god of war," Aries declared. "And you know you've been fighting a clone for 5 minutes, Issei retorted. With that, Issei vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a shocked Aries standing there. Suddenly, the blades of 7 swords surrounded Aries' neck. When the redhead snapped out of his shock, he noticed Issei along with 6 clones, all pressing the blades of their respective swords against the god's throat. Issei smiled as he spoke, "If I were you, I'd surrender." Aries shot back, "You're not the only one who can summon soldiers." Issei and his clones raised their eyebrows in surprise, but they quickly moved aside as Aries was enveloped in a cloud of orange smoke. Moments later, 12 Spartan warriors, made of shimmering orange energy, materialized in a turtle formation around him. The warriors positioned themselves defensively, resembling soldiers protecting their general. Charge! Aries commanded. At his order, the soldiers advanced, shields raised for protection and spears pointed forward. Issei's clones, now serious, prepared for the impending clash. One clone placed his hands on the ground, transforming it into mud, but the soldiers pressed on, undeterred. 3 more clones stepped forward, each launching their respective attacks. Roar of the god of thunder! Clone 1 shouted. Roar of the god of fire! Clone 2 exclaimed. Roar of the god of wind! Clone 3 called out. The 3 attacks merged mid-flight, creating a powerful blast of black fire, wind, and lightning that swept through everything in its path. The Spartan soldiers raised their shields, forming a protective wall, but they were unprepared for the 2 remaining clones hovering above them. Roar of the god of light! Clone 4 announced. Roar of the god of darkness! Clone 5 declared. The surprise attack caught the soldiers off guard, causing them to break formation and fall swiftly. But the battle was far from over. Fire! Aries commanded. Around 100 orange arrows shot toward the clones, launched by a group of 20 energy archers conjured by Aries. The clones saw the arrows coming, but the 2 in the air seemed trapped. Just then, a gigantic arm made of rock shielded them from the onslaught, astonishing Aries as he recognized the intervention. Before him stood a massive 4-armed humanoid figure, entirely composed of rock. It was not alone. Alongside it were more humanoid beings of various shapes, sizes, and colors, as well as a few dragons and other creatures, all appearing to be made of materials entirely different from what they should be. More orange soldiers emerged, surrounding Aries and forming a mini-army. Attack! Issei shouted. With that, the clones and Issei's anti-Aetherius charged toward Aries' soldiers, who responded in kind. A mini-war erupted between the 2 sides, all under the watchful eyes of their leaders. I suppose we'll fight too, Issei remarked. Aries remained silent, simply creating a new helmet and donning it. In an instant, Issei and Aries clashed swords in mid-air at incredible speed. The difference was clear. The blade of Escalating was imbued with wind god slayer magic, making it significantly sharper. A dozen orange soldiers with bows surrounded the duo. In response, Aries kicked Issei away a few meters, and the soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows toward the silver-haired boy. This is a tough situation. Good thing armored hockey isn't the only thing you control, Drake commented. Issei closed his eyes and began to spin gracefully in the air, effortlessly dodging the arrows that sought to pierce him. Thanks to his rarely used observation hockey, he sensed all the movements around him. Once the barrage had passed, Issei opened his eyes. Shinra Tensei, he shouted. With those words, the arrows shot back at a speed only Aries and Issei could follow, piercing through all of Aries' soldiers and defeating them instantly. Aries fell to his knees, watching in silence as Issei stood tall, showing no signs of fatigue. Hundreds of World War II soldiers made of orange energy surrounded Issei. He scanned the situation, contemplating his next move. It's just a matter of properly managing the forces of attraction and repulsion, he thought. Taking Escalating in his right hand, he positioned himself to launch an attack, extending his left hand forward while drawing his right hand back. He hurled Escalating toward the soldiers. Limbo, he declared. The battlefield darkened, and only Issei and Escalating could move. Come on now, spin. Escalating began to rotate horizontally. Issei moved his arms, guiding the sword's motion. After a few moments, Escalating returned to his right hand, and the space around them returned to normal. To Aries, it appeared as if Issei had thrown his sword and summoned it back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched all his soldiers fall, defeated. What the? Aries began. Bansho Tenin! Issei shouted. Suddenly, Aries' body was propelled toward Issei, who stood ready with his left arm extended. Does he control gravity? Aries thought as he created a lance of orange energy and drove it into the ground to halt his advance. He succeeded. Or so he believed. In an instant, Issei appeared before him and simply placed a finger on Aries' stomach. Physical destruction, Issei said. Aries felt a searing pain as his internal organs burst, causing him to fall to his knees, spitting blood. You should surrender. This isn't a battle you can win, Issei stated calmly. The calmness in Issei's words ignited Aries' fury, and a memory of his sister Athena echoing the same sentiment flashed through his mind. The god of war clenched his fists in anger. And what of it? Aries challenged. Issei replied, intrigued. What does it matter if you say I can't win? If I don't try, I'll never know. Issei smiled slightly. Noble words from the god of war. Aries glared defiantly at Issei as his right hand became enveloped in orange energy, taking the shape of a blade. He leaped up, attempting to slash at Issei, but the protagonist dodged by jumping backward. Aries charged at Issei, launching several more slashes, which Issei dodged with some difficulty. Issei jumped onto a large rock nearby, creating distance between them. What is he trying to do? He wondered. 2 words, phantom damage, Aries declared. Issei responded, suddenly feeling his body filled with bleeding wounds. What the? Issei exclaimed, kneeling slightly as he tried to comprehend Aries' attack. Aries rushed toward Issei, arm extended to the side. Within seconds, he was in front of Issei, ready to slice him in two. Damn it, substitution! Issei shouted, swapping places with a branch on the ground 10 meters away. The branch was split in two, but Issei's focus was not on that. His attention was entirely on the path Aries had just taken. On the ground where Aries had passed, Issei noticed a trace of something sharp, likely Aries' hand, but there was a problem. He clearly saw that Aries' hand wasn't touching the ground. Am I seeing things? Issei thought. A black wind and a blue aura began to surround his wounds, healing them rapidly. Iron dragon scales, Issei declared, his skin becoming covered in iron scales that turned black, indicating they were coated in armored haki. I don't quite know what you did, Issei said seriously, locking eyes with Aries. But I won't let you touch me again. With that declaration, Issei's sacred gear manifested on his left arm. Draig, he called out. At your service. Draig responded. Aries smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. If what you want is a battle between two titans, you'll get it. Aries' body glowed orange, and as the light faded, he revealed himself clad in golden armor that enveloped him entirely. Between its segments, a blood-red glow lent an eerie quality to his appearance. But that wasn't all. This is the call of your god. Fallen warriors, lend me your strength. Aries commanded. Only Issei noticed the change, thanks to his observation haki. The silver-haired warrior felt the presence of hundreds of thousands of souls emerging to join Aries, amplifying his power. The strength of both opponents was surprisingly matched. In an instant, their fists clashed, sending sparks flying as they locked in a struggle. Issei pulled his arm back, attempting to land a hit on Aries. Without hesitation, Aries blocked the strike with his weapon arm, still transformed. However, something unexpected happened. Issei's punch was halted by Aries' hand, but it felt as if they weren't even making contact. Stepping back, Issei realized, so that was it. What I see is actually an illusion. Your weapon arm is longer than I perceive. Aries chuckled. Heh, you're sharper than I thought. What gave me away? Issei pointed to the spot where Aries had dashed just minutes before. Your hand never touched the ground, yet it still managed to cut through. I see. Well, how about we continue? Aries replied. Without answering, Issei delivered a powerful right hook to Aries' face. I take that as a yes, Aries said, returning the blow with equal force. What followed was a fierce exchange of punches, each combatant moving at a speed that would leave almost anyone else in the dust. Both Issei and Aries landed heavy blows that shook the ground with each impact. The punches came and went without pause, targeting stomachs, ribs, and jaws, to name just a few. Sparks and shards of metal flew as they exchanged challenging smiles. Who would have thought you could keep up with me? Issei taunted. And you say that? Aries shot back. Simultaneously, both opponents launched powerful strikes at each other's jaws. Issei's fist was engulfed in black flames, while Aries's was coated in orange energy. Upon impact, both Issei's armored skin and Aries's armor cracked, sending them both flying backward. Quickly regaining their footing, they charged at each other once more. Issei's body crackled with black lightning. His left hand, where the boosted gear resided, was engulfed in black fire, while his right hand was surrounded by black wind. Aries, on the other hand, was enveloped in a reddish-orange aura. The metallic glove covering his left hand had small spikes on the knuckles, while his right had transformed into a claw of orange energy. As they collided, they exchanged a flurry of headbutts, slashes, knee strikes, right hooks, left jabs, and kicks, every kind of blow, hitting each other as if the person before them was their greatest enemy. With every strike, the armors of both fighters cracked, broke, or held firm. It's time to get rid of that annoying armor in the way, Issei thought. He placed a hand on the chest plate of Aries's armor, a white light glowing in his palm. Separate, he commanded. Aries's golden armor shattered completely, falling to the ground in metal shards. The shock on Aries's face was priceless, revealing a red chainmail that covered most of his body. What did you do? Aries asked, still staring at the remnants of his armor. I just used division magic to separate your armor. Don't worry, it'll return to normal in a few minutes, Issei explained. I see, Aries replied before delivering a powerful kick to Issei's face, sending him flying toward the sea. With or without armor, Aries's power remained undiminished. In midair, Issei managed to regain his composure after the tremendous kick from the god. Channeling magic to his feet, he stood on the water's surface. Aries approached, channeling magic to his own feet to stay afloat but keeping a safe distance from Issei. I think it's my turn to mess with your armor now. With that, Aries plunged one of his hands into the water. In the next moment, more than 20 warships made entirely of orange energy, complete with crews, appeared on the sea, all targeting Issei. The silver-haired warrior had no time to react and took the full brunt of the attacks from the ships, which created an endless pillar of smoke. But that wasn't the end. Hundreds of soldiers from various cultures and eras stood upon the sea, rushing toward the smoke that surrounded Issei as soon as the ships began their assault. Genocide of Anxaram. Issei shouted. An aura darker than Anti-Issei's hair enveloped him, visible through the smoke. Like a nuclear bomb, it unleashed a powerful shockwave that struck all of Aries's soldiers. A second later, every single one of Aries's soldiers fell lifeless into the sea. As the pillar of smoke began to dissipate, it revealed a wounded Issei, his armored skin shattered and crumbling. I have to admit, that hurt a lot, and I probably shouldn't have used death magic since it consumes a lot of mana, and I'm not at 100% yet, he confessed. Aries replied, thank you. Hearing that from the strongest Sekyuti is quite a compliment. But this is where your participation in this battle ends, Issei declared. A blue aura and a hint of black wind surrounded his wounds, healing them rapidly. Magic nullification. A gentle breeze swept through after those words, causing Aries's ships and his own magic to vanish completely, disintegrating the chainmail that covered him. Issei's body returned to normal just as he summoned Ascalon. Next, Issei cut deeply into the palm of his other hand with the edge of Ascalon, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. Whispering, he said, I can control everything that contains my blood. With that, he clenched his wounded hand into a fist, letting his blood drip slowly into the sea, where it dissolved. A few seconds later, the water began to move in unnatural ways, and moments later, 7 eastern dragons made of water rose up. All of this transpired in less than 15 seconds. What? Aries exclaimed, but he couldn't finish his sentence as the water dragons launched themselves at him with incredible speed. The impact felt like an explosion, with 7 dragons attacking simultaneously, dragging him down to the ocean floor, where they began to bite, pull, and slam him against the seabed. A massive whirlpool formed just a few meters away from Aries, its force so powerful that it swept him away as if he were nothing more than a feather. The god of war was pulled into the vortex at an unnatural speed for water. But Issei was undeterred. As the whirlpool dragged Aries deeper, he summoned his Devil Slayer magic. Hundreds of pink ice spikes materialized within the swirling water, poised to impale the god of war. When Aries opened his eyes underwater, the first sight that greeted him was 100 spikes racing toward him. Overcoming his initial shock and tapping into his immense physical strength, he managed to break free from the whirlpool and evade most of the ice spikes. However, he emerged with several wounds and cuts, feeling slightly dizzy from the ordeal. With some effort, he swam toward a rock that jutted out of the sea. Meanwhile, Issei drew more blood from his hand, but this time the blood hovered in the air, continuing to flow without any visible effect on him. As the bleeding from Issei's hand ceased, it quickly morphed into the shape of a bow and an arrow, which hardened rapidly. Issei took the arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and began to draw it back. Just then, Aries emerged from the water and landed on the rock. Issei focused intently on his target and released the arrow. The blood weapon shot through the air at high speed. Aries coughed, "I almost drowned." Issei replied, his red hair catching the light as he slightly turned his head just in time to see an object hurtling toward him. Sensing the danger, he leapt away from his previous position. "It would be a shame if the arrow could follow you, don't you think?" Issei taunted. As he had predicted, the blood arrow pursued Aries all the way to the beach where he had jumped. Upon landing, Aries sprinted toward the spot of his initial confrontation with Issei, unaware that the blood arrow was hot on his trail. Despite lacking magic, Aries was still a god, determined not to give up. Reaching the location where the battle had begun, Aries picked up a short sword lying on the ground, likely belonging to one of his fallen soldiers, and turned to face the direction from which the arrow had come. A second later, the blood arrow came into his line of sight. Aries' first instinct was to deflect it with his sword. As he swung to strike the arrow, it changed direction, veering to the side in an attempt to pierce him from another angle. Quickly, Aries tried to block the arrow, but it shifted course again. This happened 3 more times until Aries finally managed to slice the arrow in 2 with a horizontal cut, gripping the sword with both hands. The arrow split from tip to end, yet it continued on its path. Even after being cut in half, it maintained its course for a few seconds, leaving a shallow cut on Aries' arm. Once the arrow fell to the ground, Issei appeared a few meters away from Aries. Gasping, Aries said, "So you finally decided to show up. Shall we continue?" "Unfortunately for you, I already told you that your involvement in this fight has come to an end," Issei replied, extending a hand toward Aries and raising his sword above his head. Unknown location, mountain remains. A figure who had once stood atop a mountain smiled broadly. "It's time to play," he declared. Both sides stared at each other with serious expressions. On Aries' side, his 3 friends looked furious, while Phoenix appeared somewhat injured, having been caught near the battle between Issei and Aries during the final explosion. On Team Issei's side, Saji, Arthur, Biko, and Tiamat were badly hurt, while Luffei and Lavinia were sore. It seemed that being overwhelmed by Conan's papers had been more painful than it appeared. Valeri and Kuroka were a bit dirty but seemed uninjured. Fafnir and Gander were in good shape. Among everyone, they fared the best. In the midst of them lay Aries, unconscious, while Issei looked at his friends with confusion in his now red eyes. "Demon, Aries was defeated," Frost whispered. "And the worst part is that Juzu and Gara are nowhere to be found," Conan added quietly. "Where are those 2? Frost asked. Issei looked around in confusion, still trying to grasp what was happening. "Sekiri, stay away from him," Phoenix warned. Issei stared intently at Phoenix for a few seconds, his expression shifting from confusion to indifference. "Or what?" Issei whispered. Meanwhile, Fafnir and Gander exchanged glances. "Guys, stay back," Fafnir urged. "We'll handle everything," Gander added. Both dragons positioned themselves on either side of Issei. "Just give the order, Issei," Fafnir said. "We defeated them a few minutes ago, we can do it again," Gander reassured. Issei smiled slightly at his friends. "Since when do you listen to me?" "Good point," Gander replied. Fafnir chuckled. Hee, it was to add more epicness to the moment. Frost and Phoenix stepped forward. Let's finish this as soon as possible, Frost said. If we defeat them quickly, maybe we can leave here with Aries intact, Phoenix added. And as always, these patriarchal types leave the woman behind, Conan remarked. Conan, don't start. You're better at long range than close combat, which is why you're staying back. No one is oppressing you. Stop acting like a modern-day feminist and focus, Phoenix retorted. Conan turned her head away with puffed cheeks, while Frost maintained a poker face. Hey you two. Aren't you forgetting what situation we're in? Frost said. I agree with the white monkey, Phoenix added. A vein popped on Frost's forehead at his friend's comment. Look, you flammable bird, we'll sort this out later. Right now, focus on the current situation. Hi. Phoenix and Conan replied in unison. Once again, both sides stared each other down, and a second later, their members charged at one another. Fafnir slammed his left fist into Frost's jaw, a move mirrored by the blue-haired fighter. Meanwhile, Gander launched a kick at Phoenix's face, but his attack was blocked by a similar kick from the blonde. Following that, 100 paper planes created by Conan flew toward Issei, who still hadn't moved. A massive wall of ice rose right in front of Issei, halting the planes. This barrier was conjured by Valeri, who stood just behind her brother. Valeri thought, now you've really done it. No one touches Oni-chan. Fafnir versus Frost. Fafnir and Frost stepped back from each other. Frost's body was covered by a thin layer of ice, while Fafnir was surrounded by light. Fafnir launched a powerful punch toward Frost's chest, which the blue-haired fighter dodged by moving backward. But that wasn't the end. A strong beam of white light shot from Fafnir's fist, striking Frost in the chest. The attack pushed Frost back several meters, but the Yeti merely puffed out his chest, and Fafnir's attack flew off into the distance. Did I remind you that light reflects off my skin? Frost said with a smile. Let's see how much you can take, Fafnir replied, determination in his eyes. Gander versus Phoenix. Gander put more force into his strike, determined to outdo his rival, a move that Phoenix mirrored. When it became evident that neither was gaining the upper hand, Gander decided to step into his own shadow, causing Phoenix to nearly lose his balance. A moment later, Gander emerged from behind Phoenix, his hand enveloped in shadows. Phoenix instantly spread his wings and attempted to strike him, but Gander vanished into the shadows just before contact and reappeared beside his opponent with the same intent. Once again, one of Phoenix's wings aimed to hit him, resulting in the same outcome as before. This sequence repeated 3 more times. At one point, Gander didn't reappear around Phoenix. Phoenix looked around, searching for his opponent, and that's when he spotted him. Phoenix glanced down, only to see Gander's fist hurtling toward his jaw at high speed. Gander shot out from Phoenix's shadow and delivered a powerful blow that shattered the upper half of Phoenix's body. However, as soon as Phoenix's body was destroyed, it instantly reconstructed itself and landed a fierce punch to Gander's stomach, leaving him gasping for air. Gander quickly regained his composure and swept Phoenix off his feet with a kick, sending him crashing to the ground. At the same time, Gander conjured a sphere of darkness the size of a basketball in his left hand and moved it toward the downed Phoenix. Dark Star! Gander shouted. In response, Phoenix surrounded one of his hands with flames and launched a strike at Gander's hand. The two attacks collided, resulting in a powerful explosion between them. The ice wall shattered completely, and instantly, the falling shards of ice shot toward Conan. She created a large wall of paper to defend herself. But as she did, 3 ice spikes erupted from the ground, aiming to impale her. The purple-haired girl dodged the spikes by jumping backward, but she didn't anticipate the ice shards Valeri had thrown earlier appearing just a few meters away from her. A second later, the wall of paper she had created crumbled, revealing Conan a few meters in front of the ice spikes, with several cuts on her body and cloak. Surrounding her were many ice shards embedded in the sheets of paper. With her gaze lowered, Conan looked seriously at Valeri for a few seconds before extending an arm toward her, which notably seemed to be disintegrating into sheets of paper. As she did this, A large number of papers with the word explosion written on them began to appear around Valeri's feet. Valeri caught sight of the papers for a millisecond before unleashing a powerful gust of wind from her body that sent Conan's papers flying. With a serious expression, Valeri began to walk toward Conan as the papers exploded around her, maintaining a safe distance. Seeing this, Conan created her paper wings and took to the air. "Do you think you're the only one who can fly?" Valeri taunted. Valeri summoned her armor, her 2 dragon wings, and her 8 demon wings. Meanwhile, Issei hadn't moved an inch. He was simply watching the battles with mild interest, occasionally glancing at Aries' unconscious body before looking down at his hands, where Ascalon still rested. Kill him. Destroy him. Finish him. Rip him apart. Make him suffer. Let him beg for mercy. You must torture him. Tear him to shreds, Issei thought, confusion washing over him. What is this? What's happening to me? Fafnir charged at Frost, quickly leaping to attempt a kick with his foot covered in light. In response, Frost crossed his arms over his head to block Fafnir's strike. Taking advantage of having practically trapped his opponent's foot, he hurled Fafnir backward with considerable force. Regaining his footing swiftly, Fafnir performed a somersault in the air and unleashed a roar of light toward Frost, which rebounded and crashed into the ground a few meters away. Once on the ground, Fafnir covered both his hands in light and began firing spheres of light at Frost as if he were using a machine gun. Frost crossed his arms in front of his face to shield himself. As he expected, Fafnir's attacks rebounded off his body the moment they touched him. However, not all of the attacks hit Frost. Some struck the ground in front of him, kicking up a significant amount of dirt. With the added light Fafnir was shooting at him, it was safe to say Frost was blinded. Just a second later, Fafnir appeared right in front of Frost and delivered a tremendous blow to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. "Golden hammer!" Fafnir shouted. Frost was sent flying from the force of the blow. "Did you really think throwing light was all I could do?" Fafnir asked. "Anyway, it's not like you broke the ice layer covering me," Frost replied. "You sound a bit tsundere," Fafnir said, holding back a laugh. "But still, I think you should take another look at that." Huh. Frost glanced at himself for a moment, and as he did, the ice layer covering his body cracked and subsequently shattered. "What? One hit?" Frost thought. "And you should also see where all those light spheres I launched at you went." Frost's eyes widened in shock as he looked up. The reason was simple: all the light spheres Fafnir had fired were floating in the air right above him. Holy Ray! The spheres of light quickly transformed into beams that struck Frost's entire body. This will end quickly. In the sky above the island, a fierce battle was unfolding between 2 determined women, and it was clear that a tremendous disaster was brewing. Conan flew at incredible speed, leaving trails of paper airplanes, paper shurikens, and explosive papers in her wake, occasionally stopping to launch a series of paper spears at her pursuer. And who was that pursuer? It was the silver-haired Valeri. "Hey!" Valeri puffed out her cheeks, refocusing on the battle. While Conan tried to escape from her pursuer, Valeri unleashed powerful gusts of wind that shredded her paper wings, leaving her somewhat disoriented. In that moment, Conan found herself half destroyed, her body reduced to paper sheets, her cloak tattered, and blood trickling down her forehead. Valeri, on the other hand, appeared unscathed. There were no visible injuries on her body or armor, but 2 massive tornadoes loomed ominously behind her, swirling with hundreds of thousands of sharp ice spikes. Conan whispered to herself, "This girl is insane. She wants to kill me just for trying to attack her brother." "Stop resisting, I won't let you get away," Valeri commanded. Conan stretched out an arm, and the paper sheets that made it up flew toward Valeri, transforming into paper airplanes. A few ice spikes shot out from the tornadoes, colliding with the airplanes and halting their advance. "As you wish," Valeri replied. What happened next could only be described as a catastrophic onslaught. Hundreds of thousands of ice spikes from both tornadoes were unleashed upon Conan, who barely had time to react. To make matters worse, Valeri began launching energy blasts and wind attacks, intensifying the relentless assault. The only defense Conan could muster against such brutality was to place her already destroyed paper wings in front of her. It was evident that this feeble barrier did little to halt Valeri's overwhelming attack. Just seconds later, Conan's body plummeted to the ground. Phoenix was bleeding, his clothes in tatters, as he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a bolt of darkness shot out from somewhere to his right. Instinctively, he moved back, narrowly dodging the attack. Another bolt emerged from behind him, and this time he caught it out of the corner of his eye, jumping away just in time. However, he didn't expect 6 more bolts to shoot out from the shadow of a branch embedded in the ground. Still in midair, he summoned his large wings of fire and used them as a shield. The 6 bolts struck his wings, each one exploding upon contact. "It's about time I attack too, isn't it?" Phoenix declared. A massive explosion of fire erupted from where he stood, and in an instant, a great phoenix bird with wings approximately 10 meters long took form. "Come out wherever you are, serpent," Phoenix called. "As you wish," Gander replied, appearing before Phoenix, but not in his human form. Once again, Gander faced Phoenix in his dragon form. The two opponents locked eyes for a few seconds before both giants charged at each other. Phoenix significantly increased his speed and, at the last moment, changed direction, flying to the side of Gander. Gander halted his advance and followed Phoenix with his gaze. Fire erupted beneath Phoenix, igniting the ground below him. He soared several meters before rising higher and turning back toward the massive serpent. Accelerating even more, Phoenix shot toward Gander like a bullet. Seeing this, Gander attempted to move, but Phoenix was faster. He collided with Gander, his sharp beak making a deep cut in the skin of the Dragon King. Gander recoiled slightly from the pain but quickly regained his composure and delivered a powerful tail swipe, sending Phoenix flying away. Following this, Gander vanished into the shadows and instantly reappeared right where Phoenix was about to crash, delivering another tail strike. Phoenix flew off again, his eyes half open, watching as Gander appeared right where he was about to hit. "Oh no, not again," Phoenix muttered. His body lit up and began to split into small fireballs, all while continuing to move toward Gander. The fireballs transformed into small birds made of fire, flying toward the gigantic serpent. Gander, thinking it was a way to evade his attack, began to gather shadows in his mouth. But the firebirds did not change their trajectory. They flew straight ahead until they were close to Gander. As they reached him, each of the firebirds exploded, lightly injuring Gander. Still, Gander did not unleash his attack. He kept his mouth closed and his gaze lowered. The fire pulled away from Gander and began to swirl in the air several meters above the ground. Within seconds, the fire took the shape of a large bird made of flames. Phoenix flapped his wings, hovering in the air before his opponent. "Pa!" Phoenix began. "Shadow dragons roar." Gander interrupted, opening his jaws and releasing a powerful torrent of darkness that struck Phoenix directly. The impact sent him flying against a distant mountain. Gander fixed his gaze on the direction of the mountain where he had sent Phoenix, alert for any movement from the immortal bird. A large cloud of dust rose from the impact zone, and as it dissipated, it revealed a pillar of flames that eventually took the shape of Phoenix. The great bird flapped its wings furiously, its gaze locked onto one being, Gander. For his part, the Dragon King Jormungandr held his gaze steadily, not wavering for a second. "I have to end this right now," Gander thought. Smoke began to seep between Gander's scales, and hundreds of fire feathers began to swirl around Phoenix. The black smoke completely enveloped Gander's body, while the feathers remained static around Phoenix. The smoke began to take on a shape resembling Gander's dragon form, but it was much taller and wider, completely black. Meanwhile, the flames seemed to multiply, as if the phoenix had grown in size. The smoke surrounding Gander transformed into darkness, making it appear as though he had entered a second level of dragon. The fiery feathers morphed into intense red flames that enveloped the body of the original Phoenix's son, resembling armor akin to Iron Man's Hulkbuster. Gander moved forward slowly, a motion mirrored by the Phoenix. Gradually, both opponents increased their speed, covering several meters in mere seconds. They unleashed a tremendous amount of energy as they charged at each other. Dark death of the shadow dragon. Gander shouted. Meteoric fall of the great phoenix. Phoenix replied. Gander leaped toward the phoenix like a bolt of darkness, while the phoenix dove down like a meteor. When they collided, an immense explosion of energy erupted. Simultaneously, Aries' 3 companions were sent flying and crashed into the same spot. That hurt. Conan! Frost exclaimed. What happened? The phoenix asked. Never provoke a girl with a Brocon complex. Conan coughed before falling unconscious. Demon, we're screwed, the phoenix muttered. We can't give up yet, Frost insisted. Before the phoenix could respond, all 3 were suddenly bound by transparent threads. Why the hell am I being left out? I'm part of the team too. Saji shouted, noticing the threads glowing faintly in his hands, indicating he had captured Aries' 3 friends. Issei, hurry up. Saji urged, tightening his grip on the 3. But Issei remained still. Issei? Sei glanced sideways at Issei, who was clutching his head with one hand while staring at the ground. Before Saji could react, the threads were cut. He looked to see what had severed them and widened his eyes at the sight of a scythe he recognized all too well. A moment later, an albino appeared in his line of sight. I'm here! Juzu exclaimed cheerfully. Juzu! Frost and the phoenix called out in unison. Leave it to me, Juzu said confidently. In an instant, Juzu transformed, his white hair shimmering. Here we go again, Suddy muttered. But that wasn't all. Sand began to swirl beside Juzu, and in a heartbeat, Gar appeared next to him, his skin mostly covered in sand. Fafnir, Gander, and Saji stood together alongside the other members of both teams, with Gander having returned to normal. Just behind them, Valeri landed, still in her armor. Meanwhile, Kuroka, Lefei, and Lavinia were applying senjutsu and healing spells to Tiamat, who looked somewhat frustrated by the current situation. Separated by several meters, both sides locked eyes once more, each preparing to attack. The 4 dragons took deep breaths, puffing out their cheeks as a signal for the powerful assaults they were about to unleash. Simultaneously, Team Aries readied themselves for their own offensive. The phoenix raised both arms, summoning dark purple fire that swirled above his head, taking the form of a great owl. Frost began to freeze the ground in front of him, crafting a silhouette of a gorilla made entirely of ice. Juzu positioned himself to launch a Kamehameha, a red energy sphere forming in his hands. Gaara extended his arms, lifting sand and iron sand from the ground to create dozens of spears around him. Roar of the light dragon! Fafnir shouted. Roar of the shadow dragon! Gander echoed. Roar of the poison dragon! Saji added. Roar of the sky dragon! Valeri finished. The 4 dragons unleashed their powerful roars, tearing through everything in their path. Negative thermal. Frost called out. Night fire, the phoenix shouted. Desert punishment. Gaara declared. Kamehameha. Juzu yelled. The ice gorilla, the fire owl, and the spears shot toward their enemies, while Juzu moved his arms forward, sending the sphere between his hands flying like a bolt of pure energy. The attacks surged forward until they collided. Instead of exploding, the attacks struggled against one another, vying for demps. Though it seemed they were evenly matched, it was only a matter of time before the dragons would run out of breath and their assaults would cease. Slowly, the roars of the dragons began to lose power, and Team Aries' attacks started to gain ground. All right, that will be enough, Tiamat declared. Rising from her position, Tiamat took a deep breath, determined to act once more. Boost! She shouted, her body shining momentarily, astonishing those around her. Boost! She repeated, her body glimmering again. With unwavering resolve, the Dragon Queen prepared to unleash her attack. Roar of the Thunder Dragon Queen! Tiamat proclaimed. A powerful bolt of lightning shot from Tiamat's mouth, instantly joining the attacks of her allies and restoring the struggle to its initial intensity. A flurry of paper airplanes, shurikens, explosive papers, and various paper-made objects flew from behind Team Aries, hurled by a semi-conscious Conan. To add to the chaos, a multitude of spells erupted from numerous magic circles, courtesy of Lefay, Lavinia, and Kuroka, shifting the balance in favor of Team Aries. Arthur and Biko threw their respective weapons at their enemies, sending them flying amidst the clash of attacks. Arthur's Caliban soared toward Jizu, who was focused on the battle, while Biko's Ru-E-Bang was hurled at Frost, who, like his companions, was absorbed in his fight. Noticing the weapons heading their way, both men stepped back from their previous positions, continuing their attacks but momentarily losing concentration. Dragon Force. The 5 dragons roared in unison. In an instant, they activated their respective dragon forces. Purple scales covered much of Saji's body, mirrored by Tiamat's striking electric yellow scales. White markings appeared on Fafnir, while black ones emerged on Gander. Valeri's armor concealed much, but a significant portion of her hair turned pink and another part gold. Her eyes blazed a fiery red, with blue-green markings spreading across her body. Their attacks surged in power, completely overshadowing the assaults launched by Team Aries. The combined attack from Issei's 8 friends utterly overwhelmed Team Aries, along with everything behind them. Once the massive combined attack was unleashed, the protagonists found themselves nearly drained of energy. Yet, slowly, Jizu and the Phoenix stood up, seemingly unharmed. DMN. If this keeps up, we're screwed, Saji gasped. Gradually, the other members of Team Aries began to rise, somewhat exhausted but still getting back on their feet. Although Conan was being lifted by Frost, Fafnir looked up with a weary expression. By Great Red, we really need help right now. As if the world had heard him, black chains with purple accents erupted from the ground, ensnaring all of the war god's friends and blocking their magical flows. Magic nullification. Issei shouted. Suddenly, all the magical power of those ensnared vanished. There's your miracle, Gander said, glancing at Fafnir. At the same time, Issei and Valeri felt a chill run down their spines. It was normal for heirs of Lucifer to experience such miracles, opposing forces. Saji appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Valeri dispelled her armor and her dragon force, turning to see her twin brother looking at them with an awkward expression, scratching his cheek while keeping his eyes closed. Sorry for the delay, Issei began. Valeri jumped onto her brother and gave him a tight hug. Oniai-chan, I'm so glad you're okay. I was really worried that Origami Girl had done something to you. Issei opened his eyes and embraced his little sister. It's okay, Imato, nothing happened to me. Valeri lifted her gaze to meet her brother's eyes but froze when she saw the blood-red orbs looking back at her with affection. Oniai-chan? Issei raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Your eyes. Issei created a small ice mirror in his free hand and looked at his reflection, realizing what his sister meant. I see, now they're red. A quick memory flashed in Issei's mind. He was around 12 years old, leaving an unconscious Saji on the ground while Odin stood nearby. Issei's eyes shifted from their normal blue to Draig's green and finally to a blood-red hue, the hatred clear in his gaze. A gentle hand rested on his cheek, drawing his attention back to his sister. Valeri? I don't like that look. While Issei's eyes conveyed love, she sensed a deep-seated hatred within him, not directed at anyone in particular. I see. He exhaled slowly and gradually, his eyes began to return to their normal blue color. If you don't like that look, I'll make sure you don't see it again. Both siblings exchanged faint smiles. Hey, I know Valeri is your first in your HRM, but shouldn't you pay a bit more attention to the current situation? Kuroka interjected. You're right, I'll take care of it, Issei replied. He created several clones, each picking up one of his friends in their arms. Carry me like a princess and I'll kill you, Sari joked. Wasn't going to do that, I don't swing that way, the clones replied. Alright, as for you guys? Issei said, looking at Team Aries before turning to Aries, who remained in place. What do you plan to do with us? Frost asked. I suppose I'll take you to Azazel first so he can help me decide your fate, Issei answered. Are you going to carry us, or are you going to drag us the whole way? Gara inquired. Vote. Huh, the Phoenix replied. I vote to fly on Phoenix's back, Juzu said, activating his childish mode. Phoenix looked irritated. Not this again. Why do you keep thinking of me as your transport? Because it's fun to see you annoyed, Jizu retorted. This is going to be long, Issei sighed, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clones, let's go, I have work to do. As you command, boss, the clones replied in unison. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the island, Zeref sat beneath a tree, his gaze fixed on something that sparked a hint of admiration in his expression. So, he has freed himself from my mental control, he mused, intrigued. Interesting. It seems he possesses the same will as his father. A will that Rizevin had lost long ago. A smile crept across the face of the dark mage. But it seems it's time for the monster that killed Rogue to be reminded that he is nowhere near what his father once was. A figure emerged from among the trees nearby, stopping a few meters away from Zeref. The person had black hair and wore a black tuxedo with a white shirt underneath. I suppose you are the one who spoke to me earlier, Zeref remarked. That's right, Zeref-sama, the figure replied, kneeling and bowing their head. I would like to introduce myself as a humble follower of yours, my lord. Zeref smiled faintly. Can you tell me your name? Call me Blood, the figure said, lifting their gaze to reveal an unusual mask they wore. I have a feeling you and I are going to get along very well, Zeref said, a glint of interest in his eyes. Elsewhere in the world, two of the most powerful beings wandered through what appeared to be the ruins of a castle. Interestingly, these ruins were less than 100 meters from where Issei had met Saji. Silver and Rido strolled through the area, glancing around with a sense of nostalgia. This place is no longer what it once was, Silver remarked. That's only logical. We attacked the Alvarez Empire years ago, Rido replied. And to think that Rogue, you and I grew up here. Silver continued, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yes. But we had to do it, Rido said. I suppose you're right. Honestly, I still wonder if there was no other option, Silver admitted. I didn't want to think about that. It's already part of history how the 5 heralds of the apocalypse, the commanders of the great Alvarez Empire, wiped out their people, destroying the entire kingdom and challenging their emperor, only for Zeref to defeat us in a crushing and humiliating manner. And to think that Emperor Zeref spared our lives just so we could experience the hellish world we live in, Silver added. A week later, the black dragon appeared, and Rogue died sealing it, Rido said quietly. My wife and son died because of some of the few Etherias that survived when we ravaged this city. Silver's voice trailed off. My wife left me, my daughter moved in with her a few years ago, my brother and sister are dead, Edward and Elena died, one of my nephews committed suicide, and I have a terminal illness, Rido replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. I almost think that Emperor Zeref is right about the world. Silver said thoughtfully. Almost. Rido raised an eyebrow. Silver smiled at Rido's question. Issei and Valeri are fun. Do you enjoy training them more or lying to them? Rido asked, a teasing glint in his eye. At this, Silver's smile vanished. What do you mean? You know, about who Zeref is and what the Book of End really is, about the reason you train them, their fate, the death of their parents, everything they know and don't know. Silver fell silent, staring intently at Rido. As far as I know, the only thing you told them is your name and that you were a friend of Edward, Rido pointed out. They are not ready yet. Silver replied, his voice low. Well, they'll have to prepare quickly. A war is about to begin, Rido warned. I'd like to think you're talking about the Cows Brigade, Silver said. I wish it were just that group, Rido replied. By the way, what are we doing here? Silver asked. Zeref lived here until a few years ago. Maybe we can find something related to him here. Do you have any ideas? Rido suggested. Silver brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Maybe in the old library of the village. I remember we wrote many of the books there, Rido chuckled. You wrote? I didn't write anything, Silver countered. That's true, you were afraid of the librarian, Rido teased. And you say that? You were scared of Edward's mother, Silver shot back. You have to admit that woman was terrifying, Rido said with a laugh. The two friends continued. Their banter for a while before parting ways, each setting off in search of clues about their emsir. In another location, amidst the remnants of a destroyed mountain, a person smiled with excitement. "I guess I can go stretch my legs for a bit," they said. A bluish light enveloped the individual, and from it, a large dark figure rose from among the rocks. Back on the island, Issei's clones and his friends arrived at the spot where they remembered leaving Azazel. However, upon arrival, they were greeted by a rather curious scene. Azazel and the Exceeds were dancing to music from a speaker. "My bread su su su, su su sum," the speaker blared. Just then, the Fallen and the cats noticed the group staring at them. Lavinia began to clap enthusiastically. "Yay, you dance so well, Nikos-chan." Half of the newcomers exchanged glances with poker faces. "Fake cough, did you find the crystals?" Azazel asked, feigning a cough. Everyone fell silent. "You didn't find them?" Azazel pressed. A collective thought crossed the newcomers' minds. "I left the crystals on the floor when I heard the explosion." "Fake cough, let's just say there were certain events that caused us to lose them," Saji said. "What kind of events? More importantly, what were all those explosions just a moment ago?" Azazel inquired. "Well, you see," Valeri began. Just then, the silver-haired clones exploded into smoke, and the real Issei appeared, walking a few meters away from them. He wasn't alone. Behind him was Team Aries, walking calmly, all with chains on their arms that connected into a single chain coming from Issei's hand. On his shoulder, a sleeping Aries rested. "You have a lot to explain," Azazel said seriously. "Us or them?" Issei asked. "Everyone," Azazel replied. "In summary, we went to look for the crystals as you asked, and these guys attacked us. We defeated them, and now we're here," Issei explained. "Okay, and who are they?" Azazel asked, eyeing the newcomers. Issei set Aries down on the ground and had his companions stand side by side. "Introduce yourselves." Full names, crimes, and search ranks. Frost Heiss introduced himself, stating, "I am a Yeti yokai. My so-called crimes include the genocide of yokais, acts of terrorism against them, and humiliating their incompetent leader, among other things. My search rank is SS+. His tone dripped with sarcasm as he emphasized the words crimes and terrorism. Phoenix Teeter, the son of the original Phoenix, followed. "I am a pure Phoenix. My crimes include the assassination of the last 3 leaders of the Phoenix clan and multiple murders within the Hindu faction. My search rank is also SS+. He spoke without a hint of emotion. Gara of the Red Sand then stated, "I am human and known for constantly attacking the Egyptian gods. My rank is SS." He offered no further explanation. Conan introduced herself simply, "I am Conan. I don't have a last name. I am human, and my crime was assisting a terrorist." She glanced at Frost as she spoke. "My rank is SS." Juzu, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Me, I go next." A drop of sweat trickled down Azazel's forehead at the albino's exuberance. "I am Juzu Suzuya, the son of the god of Shinigamis, Health Knight. As such, I am not a criminal. My job is to eliminate those who deserve it. According to Aries' uncle, my rank is SSS, he declared proudly. Issei interjected, "Just one left." At that moment, Aries struggled to rise from the floor. "I am Aries Olimpo, god of war," he announced. "I am the leader of this group, and I assure you that none of my friends are criminals." Azazel regarded Aries intently. Aries continued, "Frost only sought revenge for his fallen family members, who were labeled traitors by the yokais without any proof." The blue-haired one opened his eyes wide in surprise at his friend's defense. He added, "Phoenix is merely trying to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him, the healing power of the Phoenix clan, a gift bestowed upon the first leader by Phoenix's late father. He has every right to take it back." Phoenix's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes widened slightly at Aries' words. Aries went on, "As for Gara, I can't say much. I'll just mention that his actions were carried out under orders from the Egyptians themselves." Gara's reaction mirrored Phoenix's. All things considered, Conan never did anything wrong. Is it a crime to save the person you love? Aries asked, glancing at her. Conan blushed deeply and looked away, only to find Frost staring at her, his face equally red. So, do you love me? Frost asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Conan turned her gaze away, her cheeks burning even more. And as I mentioned, Juzu committed no crime. He was simply doing his job as a Shinigami, Aries concluded. That's right, that's right. Juzu chimed in enthusiastically. Saji raised a question. I have a question. Why are you alive? Excuse me? Aries replied, taken aback. You fought against Issei. He destroyed your organs and hit you with a God-Slayer magic attack directly. It wasn't a common attack. How are you still alive? Saji pressed. While I was carrying him, I was healing him, Issei explained. And why did you heal the enemy? Saji asked, puzzled. Because when I fought him, I realized he was strong, and I wanted to understand his motives, Issei replied, giving Aries a serious look. So, you can start explaining why you attacked my friends and me. Aries regarded him for a moment before responding, I'll tell you. But only to you and the leader of the fallen angels. Not a word must escape your lips. His tone was grave. Deal, Azazel and Issei replied in unison. The three of them moved a few meters away from their companions. This will be fine. You can speak now, kid, Azazel said. If you say so, Aries replied, letting out a sigh before clearing his throat. Chapter End. It was a calm morning in the underworld. A few days had passed since those now known as demons arrived after being banished by Elohim. In a clearing of the rocky terrain where the scant 7,200 demons were camping, a young man, around 17 years old, emerged from an improvised tent. His silver hair, pale skin, and sapphire blue eyes marked him as the first angel created by God. He was now known as Lucifer, the king of the demons. Dressed in tattered white breeches and a long black coat draped over his shoulders, he bore no shirt, his body wrapped in bandages from a recent battle with his creator. He surveyed the land where he and his kin had settled, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the makeshift tents where the demons slept or rested. This seems like a good place to build our new home, he remarked. Do you think so? A voice replied. The speaker was an appealing girl of his age, with white hair, the same pale skin and silver eyes. She appeared thin, almost malnourished. She was Lilith, the first human woman created by God, and the future wife of Lucifer. You should be resting, Lilith. Being imprisoned for so long has left you very weak, he advised. The same could be said for you, she countered. You fought against your father and nearly died. You should be resting. As much as I'd like to, I can't do that, Lucifer replied, his expression turning serious. Now that I'm the king of the demons, I can't afford to show weakness, or my younger brothers might lose hope of safety. Lilith raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Besides, I don't know what happened to Azazel, Kokabeel, and the others. I must go back to save them, he added, determination evident in his voice. Lilith lowered her head, sadness creeping into her features. Just 3 days prior, she had been imprisoned for defying her creator's order to marry Adam. Had it not been for Lucifer and his brother's rescue, she might have faced death at the hands of a furious Elohim. And you plan to go alone? She asked softly. Not at all. I will take Asmodeus, Gremory, Citri, and Baal with me. If it's just us, it will be easier to avoid detection, he explained. Are you aware that if they catch them, they will kill them? She warned. Lucifer smiled, a broad grin spreading across his face. Who do you think you're talking to? The amusement in his voice was unmistakable. I am Lucifer, the original creation of God. I built the entire kingdom where he resides. I know every corner of heaven. How do you think I was able to save you without anyone noticing? A slight smile appeared on Lilith's face. I suppose that can't be denied. All right, go ahead, but don't die, Lucifer said, his tone laced with concern. That's not something you ask for, it's something you know, he added, watching as a figure approached them, walking steadily. The man had blonde hair and striking pink eyes, dressed simply in a white tank top and blue breathes. He was Agar's. Hello, Agars. Good morning, Lucifer greeted warmly. Good morning, Lord Lucifer, Agars replied, kneeling before him. There's no need to kneel or call me that, after all, we are brothers, Lucifer said, his voice gentle. I know that, but now you are our king, and I must address you as such, Agars insisted. As you wish. By the way, what do you have there? Lucifer inquired, curiosity piqued. Agars smiled and began to unwrap the object in his hands. It's a humble gift I've been crafting for you with Visego's help, he explained. As he unveiled it, a peeling sword emerged, glinting in the light. This sword was created so that only you and your direct descendants can wield it. Please accept it, Agars said, pride evident in his voice. Lucifer took the weapon and stepped back a few paces, examining the blade. He made a swift cut through the air, effortlessly splitting a large rock several meters behind him in half. It's a flawless weapon, there's no doubt you put a lot of effort into forging it. All right, I'll keep it, he said, smiling at his brother. Agars stood up and handed him the sword sheath, still wrapped in a blanket. Thank you for the gift, my brother. I promise that as long as this sword is in my hands, I will never lose a battle. Oh, and please tell Visego they did a great job. I am honored by your words, my lord, Agars replied, bowing his head slightly. You should name it, Lilith suggested, her voice breaking the moment. The two brothers looked at her, somewhat confused. According to Mammon, naming a weapon gives it more value, she explained. I suppose that makes sense. What name will you give it, Lord Lucifer? Agars asked, intrigued. The silver-haired king pondered for a moment, then smiled as he unsheathed the sword slightly to catch his reflection in the blade. This sword shall be called Aurora. It will be the sword that shows the world the new dawn of the demons. The other two seemed pleased with his choice. Lucifer then added, Agars, do me a favor and inform the others that I left with Asmodeus, Gremory, Citri, and Baal. As you command, my lord, Agars replied, his demeanor serious. Lucifer nodded, his expression turning somber. A glow enveloped him completely, and when the light faded, he was fully dressed. His coat remained, but the rest of his clothing had transformed. He secured his new sword on his back and began walking in search of his companions, while Agars prepared to relay his brother's message to the rest of their kin. And so, the two departed, leaving Lilith alone. The albino watched as Lucifer left, her gaze unwavering. One thing that no one but she knew was that she had refused to marry Adam because she had fallen in love with someone else, Lucifer himself. She placed her hands over her heart, praying for his safe return. In heaven, the atmosphere was somber. Since the events between God and Lucifer, everything had changed drastically. They had lost their older brother, the one who brought joy to everyone, and along with him, 7,200 angels had been cast out of heaven by their creator. Additionally, some of the strongest angels, like Barakiel and Shemashai, had been imprisoned for treason, and anyone who dared to show even a hint of sadness or doubt about them faced the same fate. So far, Elohim had imprisoned more than 5,000 angels for this, and although they were not supposed to show it, the population of heaven was gripped by fear. The archangels and seraphim were among the most affected, witnessing firsthand how their closest brothers were attacked and imprisoned by their father. The only thing keeping them safe was their fear of their own father. The seraphim Gabriel, deeply affected by everything that had transpired, had not left the room that once belonged to Lucifer. She had been crying for days, clutching her brother's pillow, refusing to eat or drink, and she hadn't left the room for more than a few minutes. The thought that her beloved brothers were no longer with her tormented her. Meanwhile, the king of heaven, Elohim, remained calm on his throne. He observed his kingdom from a magical circle, searching for any violations of his law. In the secret passages beneath Elohim's castle, a group of 5 demons was making their way toward the prison cells, where they believed their brothers were held. Gremory appeared to be about 15 years old, with crimson red hair and aquamarine eyes. Citri was a boy of the same age with black hair and heterochromatic eyes, one purple and the other green. Baal had brown hair and blue eyes, while Asmodeus was a 16-year-old with black hair and golden eyes. Are you sure it's this way, Lord Lucifer? Gremory asked, glancing back at him. I'm sure. I built this place so that in case of evacuation, we could escape from any point in the city, Lucifer assured them. In other words, there are hundreds of tunnels and passages throughout heaven, Issei noted. Exactly, and if I'm not mistaken, we should now come to two different paths, Lucifer replied. Just as he said this, the path they were walking on split into two. Which way? Asmodeus asked, looking to Lucifer for guidance. To the right, the left path leads to the fields, he instructed. The 5 demons advanced down the right path, and after a few minutes of silent walking, they reached a long hallway lined with numerous cells. They were shocked to see all the cells completely filled, their brothers inside, injured, scared, sad, pleading for forgiveness. A sight that was simply painful. But that was not all. Baal fell to his knees, crying in despair. Issei covered her mouth, trying to stifle a scream of horror. Gremory began to weep, while Asmodeus looked away in fury. Lucifer's breath quickened, his hands trembled, and his eyes were fixed on the figure at the end of the hallway, or rather, what had once been a person. At the end of the corridor, crucified and with various weapons embedded in its body, was a creature. It had the upper half of a normal human, but 2 black wings sprouted from its back, and its eyes were covered in bandages, blood oozing from where its eyes should have been. The lower half of its body was that of a serpent. It was Samael, the first angel who had vanished due to God, the serpent that had given the apple to Adam and Eve. This was not his original form, it was the shape he had taken after being cursed by his creator. Lucifer spoke, his voice low and filled with emotion. So, this is where you've been all this time. A figure approached the bars of his cell. It was a boy with black hair and a blonde fringe. Oh, I'm sorry you had to witness such a horrific sight, Azazel said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Don't worry. I'm going to put an end to this view, Lucifer declared, his eyes glowing with intensity. In less than a second, strange black flames engulfed the bars of the cells, incinerating them completely. The angels, trapped inside, rushed out, joyfully greeting their older brother. Lucifer approached Samael, freeing him from his torment. Though he was alive, Samael was in agony. Gremory, Asmodeus, Baal, Issei. Take them to the camp. Lucifer commanded. And you won't come? Asmodeus asked, concern etched on his face. I'm going to have a little chat with the old man, Lucifer replied, his tone firm. Are you crazy? What if? I wasn't asking for your opinion, I gave an order. Now follow it. As Lucifer's power surged, the entire sky trembled. The 4 demons accompanying him swallowed hard, feeling the brutal aura of their king. As you command, Lord Lucifer, Baal replied. He and Issei lifted Samael's unconscious body and carried him along the path they had taken. Those who can stand, help the others. Gremory urged. We'll take them to a safe place. Asmodeus added. Without hesitation, the imprisoned angels followed the demons through the castle's secret passages. Meanwhile, all the angels in heaven emerged from their homes, astonished to feel the power of the morning star returning, but even more amazed by the sheer fury radiating from him. Seconds later, a great pillar of black flames shot up from the castle of Elohim. In the throne room, God sat on his throne, no longer gazing at his kingdom but staring intently at the door of the hall. Just a moment later, the door was incinerated by black flames. With the entrance destroyed, a figure stepped forward, approaching Elohim. As far as I remember, your flames of the morning were white, Lucifer, Elohim remarked. A mere side effect of being permanently exiled from heaven. But don't worry, my flames are still just as strong. Elohim pointed a finger at Lucifer, and a beam of light shot toward the silver-haired demon's chest. With remarkable speed, Lucifer hurled a ball of black fire at the beam, completely halting it. The King of Heaven leaped toward his original creation, wielding a sword made of light, aiming to behead the silver-haired one. Using his quick reflexes, Lucifer drew Aurora and blocked his creator's attack. The two remained locked in a struggle, each striving to overpower the other. I don't remember you being this strong. Elohim said, a hint of surprise in his voice. It's something that happens when you stop being someone else's puppet. Slowly, the sword of light began to crack until it shattered into 2 pieces. The blade of Aurora advanced, slicing across Elohim's face and causing a loud scream of pain to echo throughout heaven as the creator of angels lost an eye. Without a doubt, you are incredible, my son, and for that reason, you will not leave here alive. Elohim unleashed a tremendous amount of power, causing his castle to tremble, a feat mirrored by Lucifer. The sound of footsteps echoed through the castle corridors until they reached the site of the battle. It seems you're in a bit of a predicament. I hope you don't mind if I help, Lucifer smiled. I would never be bothered by the help of my best friend. Lucifer turned his head to the side, meeting the gaze of the other person. Hello. Zeref. The sun had just risen. In a cabin nestled in the woods, an 11-year-old boy climbed out of bed. He quickly changed out of his pajamas and into fresh clothes that lay on a nearby chair. Once dressed, he opened the door to his room and made his way to the bathroom, where he took care of his needs, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. After drying his face with a towel, he looked at himself in the mirror for a few moments. His blonde hair framed his gray eyes, and he gently touched one of his eyes with his hand. They're the same color, he murmured to himself. A knock on the door, followed by a woman's voice, pulled Saji from his trance. Breakfast is ready, dear, she called. I'm coming, he replied, leaving the towel in place as he stepped out of the bathroom and into the dining room. Upon entering, he saw a man with black hair and purple eyes sitting at the table, reading the newspaper, while a woman with brown hair and green eyes filled mugs with coffee. Good morning, son, the man said, looking up and smiling at Saji. Good morning. What's for breakfast? Saji asked eagerly. Toast, jam, and tea for you, and coffee for Jen and me, the woman answered. Saji smiled and took a seat at the table. The woman joined them, and they began their breakfast. So, what are your plans for today? She asked. I was thinking of reinforcing the forest barrier. We don't want a group of renegade demons attacking us or the villagers, Jen replied. What about you? I thought I'd head to the village to buy a few things. We're running low on meat and flour, she said. Since you're going to the village, could you pick me up some shampoo? I ran out, Jen added. Didn't I just buy you some the day before yesterday? She asked. Yeah, but, he glanced at Saji. Let's just say it's gone. Saji shrank in his seat. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was shampoo. I thought it was the cream they told me to throw away, he said, his voice small. Don't worry about it. The container looked almost the same. It happens to Shirley too, Jen reassured him. The woman puffed out her cheeks in a mock pout. You know that's because of my color blindness. Shirley protested. Color blindness makes it hard for you to recognize colors, not objects, Jen replied, and both Saji and Jen burst into laughter while Shirley glared at them with feigned anger. Anyway, I need to check on the barrier. Saji, are you coming with me? Jen asked. Yes, sure, thanks for the meal, Saji responded. The two stood up and headed out of the house toward the forest. Meanwhile, Shirley cleared the table and, after a few minutes, set off toward the village. As Saji and Jen ventured deep into the forest, they noticed several trees were either destroyed or scratched. It seems there are quite a few renegade demons in the area today. If they keep destroying the trees like this, we won't have anywhere to place the seals that keep them away from the village, Jen observed. So what do we do? Saji asked. First, we need to place the seals. After that, we'll have to hunt a few of them down, if not all, Jen explained. Got it. Saji replied eagerly. Jen approached a tree and placed one hand on it. A faint glow emanated from his hand, and when he pulled it away, an inverted crucifix seal appeared on the tree. That's one down, for to go. Where's Saji? Jen wondered. Saji perched high in a large tree, clutching a piece of paper adorned with a black crucifix. He carefully affixed the paper to the tree, ensuring the crucifix was inverted. As he infused it with magic, a soft blue glow enveloped the paper. When he removed it, the inverted crucifix seal was etched into the tree's bark. That's 2 down, 3 to go, Saji exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Gathering as much power as he could in his right hand, Saji activated his sacred gear, the absorption line, which materialized on his wrist. He launched one of his cords toward the branch of a taller tree, swinging through the air like Tarzan. He cut the previous cord and moved between the trees with the agility of a superhero. However, he miscalculated and collided with a branch, falling backward onto another branch that broke under his weight, sending him belly first onto a rock and finally to the ground. "That hurt," he groaned, wincing at the impact. Determined to continue, Saji stretched his left arm toward another tree, holding another piece of paper with the crucifix drawn on it. He pressed it against the tree's bark and infused it with magic, ensuring the seal remained intact. "That makes 3. He muttered, resolute in his task. Meanwhile, Jen was calmly placing the 4th seal on a large rock. "I suppose Sai must have already put down 1 or 2, this should be the 3rd or 4th, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding a massive claw that shot up from beneath the ground. "It's strange not seeing any renegade demons around," he remarked, glancing around. Just then, a figure emerged from the earth. The upper body was that of a woman in her 30s, but she had 2 long, scaly arms with sharp, elongated nails. The lower half of her body resembled that of an ant over 1.5 meters long. "Can you speak?" Jen asked, eyeing the creature warily. The renegade demon attempted to respond, but her words were unintelligible. "I'll take that as a no," he replied, bracing himself. The renegade demon lunged at him with her arms outstretched. Jen's right fist was enveloped in magic, a deep burgundy hue, and without hesitation, he struck at the demon's chest. His arm passed through her effortlessly, defeating her in seconds. "That was quick," he said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Unfortunately, the renegade demon didn't die without bleeding, and as they all knew, renegade demons were drawn to blood. Within less than a minute, over 30 renegade demons appeared in the area. "Sai, this is going to take a while. I hope Saji places the remaining seals soon." With that thought, Jen vanished from his spot, reappearing behind a group of renegade demons, his arms once again covered in the same magic. Chapter End. Somewhere in the underworld, in the past, it was night. In a grand, luxurious house, a silver-haired man spoke to 2 small children, seemingly telling them a story before they fell asleep. It was then that I looked up, and Caligon and Charizard lay dead at my feet. As I glanced around, I could see the battle was about to end. Hundreds of enemy soldiers had fallen thanks to De Maria, Health Knight had defeated Dracula, who ended up fleeing, Hades had already killed the necromancer Thorim, and our allies were finishing off the survivors. But it wasn't until I looked at the dawn that I saw it. The lifeless body of the dark god Boulder fell to the ground with a dull thud. Standing on a large rock, with the sunrise at his back, was a human, known as the strongest man of all. His body was shattered, yet he stood tall, bleeding but still standing, exhausted and drained. I saw a man who had never known the love of a family, who had never felt the warmth of a home, who had never experienced a gentle touch, yet he fought for everyone without a second thought. It didn't matter whether they were acquaintances or strangers, they threatened the lives of innocents, and he wouldn't allow it. Dreams, freedom, and hope will never fall before greed and hatred. That's what he said, and that's what he proved. That was the day Issei Draken, De Maria Yesta, Hades Olimpo, Health Knight Park, Rizevin Lucifer, and the 60 Brave showed the world that no matter how impossible the odds may seem, one must never give up. The 2 children listening to the man had stars in their eyes as they gazed up at him. Both children had silver hair and appeared to be about 2 years apart in age. The older one had blue eyes, while the younger one had golden eyes. "That was incredible. Did that really all happen, Dad?" the older child asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Tell us more stories, Dad," the younger one chimed in eagerly. "Maybe tomorrow, kids. It's late and you need to rest. Remember, school starts again tomorrow," he replied gently. The children looked a bit sad at this, prompting their father to kiss each of them on the forehead and ruffle their hair. "Don't be like that. In fact, if you behave well, I'll take you to see the place where the war happened tomorrow." Both children's eyes lit up at their father's words, and they nodded eagerly as they settled down to sleep. The man chuckled softly at his children's excitement and left the room, wishing them good night. "Hey, brother," the younger child whispered. What is it? The older one replied, turning to him. Do you think we'll ever be as amazing as Dad? The older boy pondered for a moment before smiling reassuringly. I'm sure we will. Do you promise, Edward? I promise, Kalo. With that, the Lucifer brothers fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, their father, the Mao Rizevin Livan Lucifer, walked through the hallways of their home, dressed as he always had been. He was heading to his room and would have arrived if not for someone stopping him midway. Can I ask what you promised the kids this time? The silver-haired man tensed at the sound of that voice. It was a familiar feminine tone. Looking to his side, he met the curious gaze of his wife, the goddess de Maria Yesta. She wore a red sweater and a long skirt that fell below her knees, paired with winter boots. Rizevin swallowed hard as he noticed his wife narrowing her eyes slightly. I don't know why you think I promised them something, he said nervously. I just know you love to spoil and pamper our children. You even got them legendary class familiars for their birthdays, de Maria replied, crossing her arms. But you agreed to it. The golden-eyed blonde blushed and averted her gaze at this. Besides, don't you think it's too cold to be wearing a skirt? Rizevin asked, trying to change the subject. Don't you like it? She lifted her skirt slightly at the sides and twirled around as if trying on new clothes. I thought you liked seeing me in these things. After all, you can't take your eyes off me whenever I wear them. That's because you look appealing in them, but it's -4 degrees. You should wear something warmer. You're right, I should put on something that keeps me warmer, or... De Maria wore a flirtatious expression as she wrapped her arms around Rizevin's neck, pressing her body against his. You could warm me up if you know what I mean, she teased. In response, the silver-haired man embraced her at the waist and kissed her on the lips. The kiss deepened, and they both teetered on the edge of taking things further, with Rizevin's hands resting on de Maria's thighs while her fingers fumbled to unbutton his suit. Suddenly, a loud cough interrupted them. Both of them turned to see the source of the noise. A woman around 35 years old with white hair and silver eyes, the one and only Lilith Lucifer, the late Lucifer's wife and Rizevin's mother. You know, there's a reason your room exists, Lilith remarked, a teasing glint in her eyes. Both de Maria and Rizevin blushed and pulled away from each other. Lilith-sama, what are you doing here? De Maria stammered. Oh dear, I live here. I was heading to the kitchen for something to drink, and the first thing I see is you two about to make me another grandchild, Lilith replied, her tone light and playful. Rizevin's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he shook his head and waved his hands, desperately trying to deny his mother's implication. Lilith continued with her teasing comments, causing both husband and wife to cover their faces in embarrassment. Mom, please stop, Rizevin pleaded. I'm just telling the truth. There are places for that kind of thing, and the hallways aren't one of them, Lilith said, chuckling lightly as she watched the crimson hue spread across her son and daughter-in-law's faces. The playful banter continued for a while longer until the couple could no longer bear their embarrassment and decided to escape the situation. Valeri stepped out of her room early the next morning, believing she was the only one awake. She hadn't slept well the previous night. Thoughts of her brother with someone else kept her tossing and turning. As she made her way to the kitchen for a glass of water, she suddenly froze upon hearing something that made her heart race. Ah. Sorry, did I hurt you? Don't worry, I'm new at this too. If you say so. I guess I'll keep going. A sound of wood hitting something followed. For a newbie, you're doing really well. I've done things like this before, but I still can't get used to it. Ah, Issei. Valeri could no longer contain herself. She kicked open the door to Tiamat's room, her face flushed from what she had just overheard. What are you two doing? She exclaimed. However, upon seeing the scene inside the room, her embarrassment quickly turned to confusion. In the bed, side by side, were Issei and Tiamat, both in their pajamas, holding game controllers, engrossed in a video game playing on the television. Playing video games? Issei raised an eyebrow, surprised. Can I ask why you barged into my room without permission? Tiamat replied, slightly annoyed. Valeri stared at them for a moment, realization dawning on her about how twisted her thoughts had become. I'm sorry, she mumbled, her face burning as she slowly closed the door and hurried away. Issei and Tiamat exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their game. Your sister is a bit strange, Tiamat remarked. At this point, I don't know what to describe as strange and what to describe as normal, Issei sighed. A few hours later, as noon approached, Issei was in the Protas house preparing lunch for everyone. All right, the potatoes for the mash are almost ready, and in a few seconds, I need to take those breaded cutlets out of the frying pan. I always say it, and I'll say it again, breaded cutlets taste better when fried than when baked, he declared to himself. A green gem appeared on the back of Issei's hand, and Draig's voice echoed in his mind. I only like breaded cutlets when they're Neapolitan. If they're not, I won't eat anything, Draig stated. You and your whims, Draig. I don't understand how your wife puts up with you, Issei replied, shaking his head. I'm with you on that. By the way, your cutlets are burning, Draig warned. Panic surged through Issei as he realized he had become distracted and forgotten to remove the cutlets from the boiling oil. He quickly grabbed a fork and pulled them out. Don't forget about the potatoes. If they boil too long, the mash won't turn out right, Draig reminded him. Issei hurriedly took the potatoes out of the boiling water and followed the steps to make mashed potatoes, adding salt, butter, pepper, and milk. Sometimes I think I should teach the others how to cook, he mused. You could start with your sister, after all, she's a Lucifuge just like you. By the way, why are you and your sister such bad cooks? The Lucifuge are expert cooks by Aries, Draig inquired. According to Azazel, it's because Lucifer's blood nullifies that ability. Apparently, from Rizevin to today, the Lucifers have lost the natural ability to cook well, Issei explained. Maybe it's because those skills were taken by the Lucifuge when they separated from Lucifer's shadow in the 5th month of the demon's existence, Draig suggested. That's possible. Anyway, I need to set the table and call everyone to eat, Issei said. Let them come on their own. You're not their mother to do everything around here, Draig replied. As much as I like that idea, I can't ask them for anything, except for Lucifer and Arthur. When it comes to fighting, they're not much help, Issei admitted, a drop of sweat trickling down his back. In fact, do you remember when I asked Biko to make his cape? I don't know how, but his room ended up burning down, he recalled. I remember, when you went in to see why there was such a burnt smell, you found him hitting the pillow with his staff, Draig chuckled. At least Arthur and Lucifer are civilized people. Issei sighed. Sometimes, Draig added. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Draig advised. And why is that? Issei asked, puzzled. Because you have an incoming call from Barakiel that's been waiting for a minute and a half, Draig replied. Issei glanced to his left, where a magical communication circle with the symbol of the fallen angels glowed. Quickly, he accepted the call, and Barakiel's voice came through. Finally, you answer. Didn't they teach you to respond quickly? The circle is right next to your ear. Barakiel exclaimed. I'm an orphan and my guardian is Azazel. You can't expect too much from me. And hello to you too, Barakiel-san, Issei replied. I suppose you have a point there. Let's start over. Hello, kid, Barakiel said, his tone softening. Hi, Barakiel-san. What's going on that you called me? Issei asked, eager to know. Straight to the point, huh? Barakiel noted. My food is getting cold, so speak as quickly as you can, Issei urged. Barakiel sighed, understanding Issei's concern. I get your situation. I wanted to ask you, have you noticed anything strange about Azazel lately? He's been unusually quiet and pensive since he returned from that island. He doesn't even escape from work or investigate the sacred gears in his workshop anymore. Images of Azazel ordering him to call Silver and summon a meeting of leaders flashed in Issei's mind. Yeah, I noticed, Issei replied. On the island, we encountered a black dragon. Azazel seemed to recognize it and looked genuinely scared when he saw it. A black dragon? Barakiel's eyes widened. I didn't think that creature would show up in the world again. It's no wonder Azazel is acting this way. Can you tell me why? Issei asked, intrigued. Maybe another time, Barakiel said, shaking his head. Right now, I need to find a way to distract him from those thoughts. Another mystery left hanging. Issei exclaimed. Why don't you throw him a surprise party or something? As long as there's food and drinks, he'll be fine with it. Actually, that's not a bad idea, Valeri mused. If we do it today, it would be perfect. Why is that? Issei inquired, curious. Because today is his birthday. Issei's eyes widened at this revelation. He had almost forgotten that Azazel could have a birthday too. He poured himself a glass of water to hydrate. Seriously? How old is he turning? Issei asked, still in shock. He's around 38,200 years old, Valeri replied casually. Upon hearing this, Issei nearly choked on his drink. 38,000? I thought fallen angels didn't live more than 10,000 years. Shh, don't shout. Aquino and Shuri are sleeping, Valeri cautioned. And about the other thing. The original angels created by God live longer than their descendants. The cadres age 3 times. Slower than the other fallen angels. It's similar to the Dragon Kings. They have an age, but they're actually much younger because they age slowly. Issei pondered this for a moment. If that were true, it would explain why Rizevin, being younger than the cadres, looked somewhat older. So, how old? Issei began. Kokabeel is 30,000, Penemu is 21,000, Shimasai and I are 19,000, and Armoros, Sahariel, and Tamiel are 17,000, Valeri interrupted. Issei thought to himself, how is it possible that Penemu is 21,000 years old? Well, I'll let you get back to what you were doing, Valeri said, and remember to come to my house in 2 hours to start preparing for the party. With that, the cadre ended the call. The silver-haired boy was still in shock over Penemu's age. You shouldn't be surprised, Drake remarked. Tiamat is 617 years old, and you don't even notice. Slowly, Issei began to shake off his shock. I guess there's going to be a big party for Azazel today. And my food is cold. In the underworld, Surzek's Gremory, the temporary Mao, was in his office, engrossed in signing papers. Unlike the usual paperwork concerning project funding, registered contracts, or trivial matters, this time the documents related to a significant increase in the defense of the demonic territory. Following a meeting among the faction leaders, he had been ensuring that the demon territory was as secure as possible. So focused was he on his work that he didn't notice when someone entered the room and stood before him. It took a few minutes for the red-haired man to realize he was no longer alone. When he finally looked up, he smiled with his eyes closed at the newcomer. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was quite engrossed in the paperwork, Surzek said. But when he opened his eyes, he curiously noted the appearance of the person standing before him. The boy was tall, with jet black hair, the darkest shade Surzek had ever seen. He wore a black butler suit, which wasn't unusual. He could be one of the butlers from the mansion. However, what caught Surzek's attention was the white mask covering the boy's face, adorned with 2 large black eyes and a red smile. Who? Surzek began. My name is Blood, Mao Surzek, the masked figure replied, slightly inclining his head in a gesture of greeting. Although my friends affectionately call me Bloody. A light, amused laugh escaped the masked man's lips, though his mask remained still. Just by looking at you, I can deduce that you're neither a demon, fallen angel, nor angel, Surzek said, narrowing his eyes. You don't carry any seal or anything that identifies you as a servant of any of those races, so you're not an ally. Therefore, I'll ask you again, who sent you, and for what purpose? Blood chuckled slightly at the seriousness of the Mao's words. What a shame, you asked the wrong question. Surzek raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As such, no one sent me. I came of my own accord. If you had asked whom I serve, that would be a different matter, Blood explained. Surzek stared intently at the masked figure. To him, this man was strange, not because of the mask, but because he was speaking to a Mao as if he were playing with a child. But I only came to talk and negotiate, Blood added, piquing Surzek's curiosity. Can you tell me what you would like to negotiate? Surzek asked. Of course, I would like you to give me a. Blood began, but silence enveloped the office as Surzek's expression turned serious. And what do you offer in return? He asked. Blood chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. From a magical circle, Graphia and Milikas emerged, both unconscious, bound, and gagged, their bodies marked with bruises. Surzex's eyes widened in shock at the sight of his wife and son in such a state. "I'll give them to you in exchange for the money. If that doesn't convince you," Blood continued, but before he could finish, Surzex launched a sphere of destruction at him, obliterating the upper half of his body. Rising from his seat, Surzex rushed to his family, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned to find Blood standing there, seemingly unharmed, black smoke swirling around him. Hey, what kind of way is that to treat your guests? Are you aware of how annoying it is to regenerate half of my body?" Blood taunted. Surzex prepared to attack again, but Blood seized him by the neck and threw him back into his seat. "Let's continue with the negotiations," Blood said, snapping his fingers once more. In another magical circle, Zeoticus and Venelana appeared, bound and bruised like Milikas and Graphia. Surzex glared at Blood, destruction radiating around him. Blood approached Graphia, grabbing her by the hair. "Try that again and," he warned, pulling a knife from his sleeve and pressing it against her neck. "Do you understand, right?" Reluctantly, Surzex suppressed his aura, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate, but with 4 hostages, he knew he had to tread carefully. "All right, now answer the call and act normal. Or else." Blood pressed the knife closer. "Fine, but I don't know which call you're referring to," Surzex replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, a communication magic circle appeared near his right ear. Following Blood's instructions, Surzex answered the call and heard Issei's voice on the other end. "Hello, Surzex," Issei greeted. "Hello, Issei-sen. What's the reason for your call?" Surzex inquired. "I just wanted to let you know there's a party for Azazel tonight. Bring as much alcohol as you can without Graphiane finding out," Issei replied. "As you say, I'll be there," Surzex responded. "All right, see you later." With that, the conversation ended. "Good boy. Look, I like you. Just for being obedient, I'll only ask for 40% of your faction's funds, 10% for each of your family members," Blood said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Even if I gave them to you, the amount is far too large to hand over directly," Surzex countered, irritation creeping into his voice. Blood laughed, conjuring a hologram between them. "No problem, just send everything to this location," he instructed, pointing to the image. Surzex examined the hologram, which displayed a vast field far from civilization. "And don't even think about putting a tracker on it or sending soldiers or spies, or you know what will happen to your family," Blood warned, his tone darkening. Annoyed, Surzex clicked his tongue. It was clear that any attempt to retaliate would endanger his loved ones. The demand for 40% of the underworld's funds was the maximum he could afford, intended for bolstering his race's defenses. With a frustrated snap of his fingers, he sent the demanded amount to the specified location. In the hologram, a large magical circle appeared, and from it emerged a vast amount of gold, jewels, and other valuables. "I've done what you wanted, now release my family," Surzex demanded, his voice firm. Blood gently released Graphia but avoided making eye contact with Surzex. "You're just as they described, a strong and intelligent man, but your heart is with your family before your people. You're not cut out to be a Mao," he remarked, his tone condescending. Ignoring the masked man's words, Surzex unleashed his aura of destruction. "Release my family," he insisted, his voice low and dangerous. "All right, I'll do it, but first tell me something. Don't you find it strange that this is the second time you've used your signature power and no one has come?" Blood questioned, a hint of amusement in his voice. Surzex began to think carefully about the situation. It was abnormal that no guards had appeared. His power could disintegrate anything it touched, yet his office remained intact. Suddenly, realization struck him. Clenching his teeth in fury, he launched a sphere of destruction at Graphia's unconscious body. The sphere passed through her and struck the wall, disintegrating her into smoke. In quick succession, the bodies of Zeoticus, Venelana, and Milikas followed suit. The walls and ceiling of the office shattered like broken glass, revealing the truth behind the illusion. Drenched in sweat and with a pounding headache, Surzex glared at Blood, who sat across from him, legs crossed, counting the jewels from the hologram. "It's all here. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Surzex," Blood said, a satisfied smile hidden behind his mask. Surzex breathed, his mind racing. "Was it all?" he began, but the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his loss. "An illusion?" Blood replied, his tone casual. "More or less. Aside from the fact that you paid me and that you spoke with someone through a magic circle, everything else was an illusion, one of my weaker illusions, if you ask me." With that, the dark-haired man rose from his armchair, which vanished in a puff of smoke, and walked over to one of the office walls, where a portal to that field was created. Surzex tried to get up and chase after him, but his legs lacked the strength to support him. He collapsed to the floor and quickly fell asleep. Blood glanced at him sideways. "I injected you with a sedative. You'll only sleep for a few hours, so don't worry. Just enjoy today's party. It might be the last one," he chuckled lightly before leaving the room. Not half a minute later, the office door swung open to reveal Surzex's appealing wife, Grafia Lucifuge. "Surzex-sama, Venelana-sama informs you that dinner is ready." Grafia said, her voice trailing off as she noticed the absence of her husband in his chair. Approaching the desk, she searched for any trace of him. Just a few steps away, she spotted Surzex sleeping on the floor. A vein throbbed on Grafia's forehead. In an instant, she delivered a swift kick to Surzex's head, sending him crashing against the wall. As expected, the redhead woke up startled from the blow, only to begin to panic upon seeing his wife approaching him with a fierce look. "Can you explain why you were sleeping when you should be working?" Grafia demanded, her voice sharp. Gray, darling." Surzex stammered, struggling to find the right words. Grafia cracked her knuckles and advanced toward him, her expression leaving little doubt about her intentions. "There was no need for me to elaborate on what happened next. You can imagine it. Later, in the territory of the fallen angels, specifically at Penemu's house, the cadres Barakil, Shimasai, and Penemu herself were in the company of the Lucifer twins. Let me see if I understood correctly. You want to throw a surprise party for Azazel for his birthday?" Penemu asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," Valeri confirmed. "And you want to do this knowing that he hasn't celebrated his birthday in thousands of years?" Penemu pressed. "Indeed," Valeri replied. "You do realize he doesn't even remember that today is his birthday, right?" Issei added, trying to downplay the situation. "Details, Penemu," Issei insisted. "This makes no sense. I have a lot of work to do because none of my fellow cadres are doing what they should, and I can't waste my time on this," Penemu said, her frustration evident. "Oh, come on, Penemu, do it for me, okay?" Issei pleaded, his eyes wide with hope. The purple-haired woman regarded the blue-eyed man for a moment, her resolve wavering. "I'm not that desperate, Issei. There are things that take priority, and work seems more important than a party to me," she replied, crossing her arms. It was then that Shimasai spoke up. "Penemu, this isn't just about it being his birthday, it's to cheer up Azazel, even if just a little. He's been very down lately." Penemu raised an eyebrow, her annoyance palpable. "Did you just hear yourself, Shimasai? We're talking about Azazel. He doesn't get down, he just puts his usual demeanor on rest mode. I'm sure he'll be fine in a few days." "I highly doubt that," Barakil interjected, his tone serious. Penemu turned to look at the bearded man, her expression tinged with irritation. "And why is that?" "His current mood is related to what happened on that 25/5, Barakil explained. Penemu, who had been crossing her arms until then, widened her eyes in surprise and lowered her arms, averting her gaze. "What happened?" "The black dragon of the apocalypse appeared," Shimasai revealed, his voice low. Penemu trembled slightly at those words. "I see. Where will the party be?" Both cadres smiled at their companion, pleased with her change of heart. "It will be at Azazel's house tonight," Shimasai informed her. "I'll be there. I suppose I need to buy him a gift," Penemu said, a hint of determination in her voice. Both cadres paled at Penemu's last statement, their thoughts racing. Barakil and Shimasai both realized they had forgotten to buy a gift. Valeri noticed their unease. Is something wrong, Barakil-san, Shimasai-san? She asked, concern evident in her voice. No, they stammered in unison. Penemu shrugged off the moment. Well, I'll worry about that later. Who else is going? Issei chimed in. So far, the other cadres confirmed. Michael, Uriel, Metatron, Raphael, Surzex, Graphia, Ajuka, Serafal, Falbium, Lavinia, Tobio, Tom, Silver, and Rido. Shimasai added, Hades and Odin might also come. I wouldn't rule out Sun Wukong. They all enjoy a drink. Who doesn't? Issei replied, prompting laughter from the two men and an annoyed look from both women. Barakil stood up. Well, I'll see you later. I have some things to take care of. Me too. See you later, Shimasai echoed, and with that, both men left. Valeri suddenly remembered. Now that I think about it, I need to buy him something. Me too. Do you want to go with me to the mall, Valeri? Penemu suggested. Why not? Let's go, Valeri agreed. And what will you do, Issei? Penemu asked. I'll be the organizer. In case you didn't notice, those two left me with all the work of organizing the party, Issei replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Don't worry, Oniichan, we'll help you later, Valeri reassured him. Once we finish shopping, we'll help you, Penemu promised. A green gem materialized in Issei's left hand, and Draig's voice echoed in his mind. Good luck, Wei. It's common knowledge that shopping with a woman is challenging. Metallic wings of the dividing divine appeared on Valeri's back as Albion chimed in. I can't wait to see your face when your host and your daughter get married. An awkward silence fell over the group. Draig, are you sure I can't take care of him here and now? Draig asked, his irritation palpable. Enough, Draig. Issei snapped. He's provoking me, Issei. I wish him luck and he curses me, Draig retorted. Whatever, I'm off to prepare everything for the party. Goodbye, Issei said, waving them off. Goodbye, Issei, Penemu replied. Bye, Valeri added, and with that, everyone went their separate ways. Unknown location. Somewhere in the world, a figure lit incense sticks, placing them next to multiple photos of different people. Seated in a seiza position before the photos, the arrangement, and the flickering candlelight suggested that the individuals depicted were no longer alive. The boy, with vantablack hair and blood-red eyes, placed his palms together in prayer and closed his eyes for a few moments before speaking. Today marks a year since all their deaths were avenged. He rose, never taking his gaze off the photos. Today marks a year since I killed Azazel Grigori, a year since they could finally rest in peace. My brothers who rest in peace, I ask you to give me the strength to fulfill my final mission. As he finished speaking, all the photos, incense, and candles vanished. Give me the strength to finish what I started, Issei murmured. Later, at Azazel's house, Penemu and Valeri arrived, dressed for the party and carrying their gifts. Penemu knocked on the door, hoping Issei would answer to help them set everything up. It's open, Issei called from inside. Upon hearing his voice, both women stepped inside, expecting to find the house in disarray, with an exhausted Issei sprawled on the floor. Instead, they were greeted by a surprisingly clean and vibrant space. Azazel's house was large. The living room resembled a dance floor, complete with a bar where Azazel served his favorite drinks. The only downside was Azazel's usual messiness. Messy? Do you have any idea how much I had to do to make this place livable? Issei exclaimed, appearing from another room. Penemu and Valeri exchanged astonished glances at the transformation. Okay, Valeri, we've got the wrong place. There's no way this is Azazel's house, Penemu said. You're right. Let's get out of here before the owner gets angry, Valeri replied. Just then, Issei stepped into view, his silver hair and blue eyes striking against his neatly buttoned black shirt and jeans. A red Chinese dragon necklace hung around his neck. Hey, don't be mean. It took me quite a while to clean this whole place, he said, noticing their surprise. The shock wasn't just from the state of the house. Issei's appearance reminded them of Edward Lucifer. His hairstyle was similar, and if it weren't for the length difference, they might have mistaken him for his father. Penemu approached Issei, examining him closely. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "No, it's just that I find it strange you could clean all of Azazel's living room, take a shower, and get dressed before we arrived." "Who helped you?" she inquired. Issei chuckled lightly. "Two things. First, I didn't just clean the living room, I cleaned the whole house, from the entrance to the bedrooms and even the basement and attic." Both Valeri and Penemu were astonished by his accomplishment. "And second, no one helped me. Well, sort of, I used a lot of clones and summoned some of my anti-Aetherius in humanoid form to assist me. But since my clones are me and my anti-Aetherius are made from my blood, you could say I did it all myself, just in different places at the same time." "I'll pretend your logic makes sense and ignore the fact that you're still playing God," Penemu replied. "Hey!" Issei protested, prompting laughter from both women. "Oniai-chan, what music did you choose for the party?" Valeri asked. "What Azazel likes, 80s and 90s pop and rock, like Michael Jackson and Queen, plus some alternative rock and metal like Linkin Park and One OK Rock. I also added some rap, both in Spanish and English, and a few more bands," Issei explained. "That's quite a varied mix. Are you sure it's what he likes?" Penemu asked. "Oh, Penemu. Azazel taught me to be patient by organizing his entire music collection in alphabetical order." "Seriously?" she replied, incredulous. "According to him, doing that would make me more patient since I'd have to read all the album titles and figure out the order of his more than 200 albums, Issei said with a grin. "I remember once you ended up repeating the names of those albums for an entire day," Valeri recalled. "You had to read them so many times that all you could do was say their names. And you didn't see me when I had to organize his books and magazines," Issei added, shaking his head. Suddenly, a green gem appeared in Issei's left hand, and Drake's voice resonated throughout the room. "Be grateful that he's the one organizing the sacred gears." Issei shivered at the thought of himself in Azazel's lab sorting through all of Azazel's sacred gears. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," Issei called. The guests were starting to arrive, and the first to show up were the Himejima family. Grigori headquarters. Azazel's office. Meanwhile, Azazel sat in his office chair, his expression serious as he signed some papers. Despite appearing engrossed in his work, his mind was elsewhere. A few moments later, Azazel realized he had finished signing the stack of papers before him. With a sigh, he conjured another pile to sign and picked up the first set to read through it. A minute later, he found himself signing it. He paused again, noticing that his desk was cluttered with signed papers, leaving no room for the new paperwork. Another sigh escaped him as he stood up, deciding to take each stack to its proper place himself. It was late, and being a holiday, the office was deserted, leaving him completely alone. Though he could easily use magic to send the papers to their designated spots, he preferred to keep himself occupied with the work, even if it was a secondary task. Suddenly, he felt a magical communication circle form in his right ear. He answered the call, and Shemisai's voice came through. "Hey, Azazel," Shemisai greeted. "Hey, Shemisai. What's going on?" Azazel replied. "You're still in that mood, huh? Anyway, there are some things I want to discuss with you in person," Shemisai said. "Like what?" Azazel asked, curious. "First, I need you to see this. I'm near your house. Can I come over?" Shemisai inquired. Azazel hesitated. "Well, I'd actually prefer if we met somewhere else, like for example." "Fine, I'll see you at your house in 2 minutes." "Bye, brother," Shemisai interrupted, and with that, the call ended. Azazel stood there, somewhat confused by Shemisai's behavior, particularly the way he had referred to him. None of the cadres had called him brother in thousands of years. He thought to himself, I guess I should head home. What date is it today? I suppose it's just a day to remember the fallen who died in the war or something like that. Honestly, I can't even remember why I made this day a holiday. With that, he vanished the papers in a magical circle and began his walk home. Although Shemisai had said he would see him in 2 minutes, Azazel strolled calmly through the nearly empty streets of the city. The wind tousled his hair, but he paid it no mind. Since the trip to the island, his thoughts had been wandering far from where they should be. Before he knew it, he had passed the entire shopping district and was just a block away from home. So distracted was he that he tripped over a broken tile on the ground. This little incident snapped him back to reality, making him aware of his surroundings. "I'm really out of it, I almost fell flat on my face," he muttered to himself. Keeping his mind focused, Azazel walked the remaining distance to his front door, expecting to find Shimasai waiting impatiently. But there was no one there. Instead, a note was taped to the door. Curious, Azazel took the note and read it aloud. "Azazel, I got bored, so I went into your house to at least have somewhere to sit while I wait for you." He scoffed. "And I'm the lazy one?" He crumpled the note and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Opening his front door without any trouble, he didn't even notice that it wasn't locked as it should have been. What he did notice was that the lights were off, and an unusually eerie silence filled the air. He sensed a few magical auras in his house, which put him on alert. Did something happen to Shimasai? He thought. With that question in mind, the fallen stealthily entered his home, making his way to the living room. That's when a bright white light illuminated Azazel, momentarily blinding him. When his vision cleared, he was met with the smiling faces of all his friends and acquaintances, well-dressed and beaming with joy. "Surprise!" they shouted in unison. Azazel blinked in confusion, trying to comprehend what was happening and why they were all in his living room. Why did his living room look so different? He was quickly brought back to reality by a firm pat on the back from Barakil. "Happy birthday, brother!" Barakil exclaimed. Those 3 words were enough for Azazel to understand everything that was happening around him. Wait. You guys are throwing me a party? For my birthday? What do you want in return?" he asked, still in disbelief. "You're such a downer," Barakil replied, shaking his head. "And to think that Issei worked so hard to fix this place up so you'd be in good spirits again." Azazel was about to speak when Penemu appeared in front of him, offering a cardboard bag with a clothing brand logo in the center. Surprised to see her at the party, he realized she was giving him a gift. He took the bag and opened it, pulling out a appealing black leather jacket adorned with patches of bands he liked. A genuine smile spread across his face as he thanked his sister. She simply shook her head, saying it was a birthday present and that if it didn't fit, he could exchange it at the store. After that, he felt a slight weight on his head. He reached up and found a black felt hat resting there. Shimasai appeared beside him, and it didn't take long for Azazel to understand that this was his gift. With a calm smile, he placed the hat back on his head and pulled out a mirror from a magic circle to see how it looked. This action drew a few laughs from those present. More gifts kept arriving: clothes, drinks, music albums, even a guitar. But now it was time for the most important gift, Issei's gift. The silver-haired boy approached his godfather, looking relaxed and smiling. Without further ado, he created a magic circle from which he pulled out a small barrel no taller than 10 centimeters, equipped with a tap on one side. "Happy birthday, Azazel," Issei said. The fallen, hesitant, took the small barrel in his hands and examined it closely. "Is this an artificial sacred gear?" Azazel asked. "One I created myself. Give it a try," Issei replied, handing a glass to Azazel. The fallen looked at him doubtfully, waiting for instructions. "Think of something you'd like to drink and open the tap," Issei instructed. Azazel pondered for a moment before turning the tap handle. As he did, dark beer began to flow into the glass. "I made it so it can serve over 30 different drinks without ever running out, and the liquid will always be cold. I named it Arukuru Hasiaiki," Issei explained. Azazel set the barrel and glass on a table and gave Issei a strong hug. It was clear that this was his favorite gift. "Well, since all the gifts are here, how about we start the party?" Issei began, but was interrupted. "Wait, I'm still missing," a voice called out. Everyone turned toward the voice, shocked to see Kokabeel in a wheelchair. "How is it that—" Shimasai started, but Barakil interjected. "I brought him," Azazel said, glancing at Kokabeel. "We can't say the whole family came to the party if one of us is imprisoned, so I brought him. He'll only be free for tonight, after that, he'll be frozen again." My powers have already been sealed, so I won't try anything, Kokabeel assured as he approached Azazel, pulling a pair of black sunglasses from inside his suit. There you go, now you have the complete cool uncle family kit. Sorry I couldn't get you something better, but I just got unfrozen. Happy birthday, Kokabeel added. Thanks. I'd offer to dance, but considering you don't have legs anymore. Azazel teased. Give me back those glasses, Kokabeel replied, stretching out his hand. Stand up and ask for them properly, Azazel grinned. A vein bulged on Kokabeel's forehead. Stop making fun of my lack of legs, it's not funny. Alright. I don't want to make you angry and end up getting kicked. I know, how about we play soccer after the party? Azazel suggested. The room erupted in laughter at Azazel's teasing, while Kokabeel struggled to get out of his chair to retaliate against his brother. With the atmosphere lightened, the party began in earnest. Music blared at full volume, colorful lights flashed everywhere, people danced, and alcohol flowed freely, setting the stage for hours of celebration throughout the house. After a few hours, a somewhat tipsy Issei stepped out onto one of the house's balconies to get some fresh air. I think I've drunk more than I should have, he muttered, sitting down on the balcony floor, unsure if he could get back up. It was then that he noticed another person on the balcony. Seeing the wheelchair made him realize it was Kokabeel. Enjoying the party, kid? Kokabeel asked, also inebriated. I don't even know what year it is anymore. Issei replied. Me neither, Kokabeel said with a hiccup. But the party has served its purpose. Azazel seems to have regained his usual attitude, Issei noted. Yeah, Barakil told me about that. Who would have thought that Azazel would run into the monster who killed his son? Kokabeel said, his words slurring slightly. Wait, what? Issei asked, his drunkenness fading as he processed Kokabeel's statement. The Black Dragon of the Apocalypse killed Rogue Cheney, the son Azazel had in secret with a human years ago, Kokabeel explained. I thought Azazel never had children, Issei said, confused. Years ago, he secretly married a human and had a son. If you notice, both Azazel and Rogue have the same colored bangs, while the rest of their hair is different, Kokabeel added. So that's why Azazel was sad. He ran into the killer of his son. I never imagined his son would be Rogue Cheney, Issei realized. To keep his identity hidden, the kid took his mother's last name, Kokabeel said, finishing his drink. A quick memory flashed in Issei's mind, Azazel saying, I don't want to lose you too. Back in the present, Issei thought, so that's what he meant. Hey Kokabeel, would you mind telling me more about Rogue and... But when he looked back at the fallen, he found him fast asleep. Issei sighed. I guess I should head to bed too. Valeri left nearly an hour ago. With great effort, the silver-haired boy got up and made his way back into the party. As he re-entered the living room, he spotted Azazel talking animatedly with Shamasi and Ajuka, clearly in high spirits. Without a second thought, Issei decided to approach him to say goodbye. Hey Azazel. Hey Issei, how's it going? Azazel replied. A bit tipsy, I think it's time for me to head home. Azazel chuckled. You teenagers can't handle anything. Alright, no problem. Go get some rest and thanks for throwing this party. No problem, Azazel. And since you're leaving, could you take Penemu with you? He pointed to the purple-haired girl, who was sleeping on a couch while hugging a small stool. I don't see any problem with that. Bye, Azazel. Goodbye, kid. With that, Issei walked over to where Penemu was and gently shook her to wake her up. Penemu, come on, wake up. I need to take you home. No, Teddy, I don't want to go to Disneyland, she mumbled, still half asleep. A bead of sweat trickled down Issei's neck as he took the stool from her hands and lifted her onto his back. He had no trouble leaving the party with Penemu on his back. Not only was she quite light, but the door was right next to the couch where she had been sleeping. Once outside Azazel's house, Issei strolled calmly through the city streets until he reached Penemu's home. She stirred when she felt herself moving but, upon seeing who was carrying her, decided to pretend to be asleep and let Issei carry her home. Upon arriving at her house, Issei created a clone to fetch the spare key that Penemu kept in her garden. He had been to that house many times, whether to look after it while Penemu was away or for other reasons. He knew where the spare key was. However, since he couldn't just leave Penemu on the floor, he managed it with a clone. The clone retrieved the key from beneath a tile on the floor and proceeded to unlock the door so that Issei and Penemu could enter. Issei opened Penemu's bedroom door and walked over to the bed, a double bed where only one person usually slept. He gently laid her down on the bed and covered her with a sheet. As he turned to leave the room, he felt Penemu grab his shirt sleeve. "Penemu?" "Issei, stay." The silver-haired boy raised an eyebrow at her words. "I want you to stay with me tonight." Issei felt a rush of warmth at her request. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. You're not a kid anymore," she continued, her gaze intense. "I know you want it too." Issei's heart raced as Penemu smiled at him. "You've been a very good boy today, Issei, so?" She pulled the sheet off, revealing that she wore only a pair of lilac panties. "Come and claim your prize." At those words, Issei felt a surge of courage and began to unbutton his shirt. As he approached, she gave him a soft kiss on the lips, which quickly deepened. Issei took one of Penemu's hands and held her close, both of them lost in the moment. Without a doubt, this was going to be a night neither of them would forget. Morning had arrived in the underworld, where some residents were enjoying breakfast, others were jogging or walking their pets, and many were heading off to work. Among them was a certain purple-haired woman named Penemu. She had just woken up, feeling as if she had experienced the best night of her life. Despite her exhaustion from all the excitement, the warmth of the morning sun beckoned her to rise. The irresistible aroma wafting through the air only heightened her longing to get out of bed. Her curiosity was soon satisfied when Issei appeared at her door, a smile on his face. "I see you're awake. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes," he announced cheerfully. Penemu returned his smile playfully. "Could you help me get up? You really wore me out." Issei's cheeks flushed slightly as he approached her, extending a hand. "You're the one who kept asking me to go harder," he teased. "And didn't you enjoy it?" she replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Standing beside the bed, Issei let out a soft laugh before climbing onto it, positioning himself above Penemu. "I loved it, and I wouldn't mind doing it again right now," he said, leaning in to kiss her neck, eliciting soft sounds of pleasure from her. Feeling the lingering effects of their previous encounter, Penemu decided to throw off the sheets covering her. She attempted to unbutton Issei's shirt and breathes, but he paused his kisses and pulled back slightly. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" she asked, confusion lacing her voice. "As much as I want to continue this, breakfast is ready, and I'm not the type to have dessert before breakfast," Issei replied with a playful grin. Penemu chuckled and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Afterward, Issei extended a hand to help her up. With a snap of her fingers, Penemu was instantly dressed in her usual office attire. Smiling, she took Issei's hand and got out of bed, but soon found herself struggling to walk. "This happens to me when I haven't had enough time to recover," she sighed. "That can be fixed," Issei said, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Penemu raised an eyebrow, teasingly challenging him. "What happened to not eating dessert before breakfast?" Issei blushed slightly but responded with an amused smile. "I meant I can heal your legs so you can walk normally." This time, Penemu felt her cheeks warm. "Let's go have breakfast." She tried to make her way to the kitchen but struggled, especially in her heels. Issei approached her, his hands glowing with a soft blue light. When he reached her, he gently held her at her hips, and she felt a warm sensation as her legs regained their strength. Now restored and both dressed, they headed to the kitchen, where a clone of Issei served them breakfast: waffles and freshly squeezed orange juice, Penemu's favorite. At the table, they enjoyed their meal, chatting and laughing like a couple. After finishing, they washed the dishes together and left the house. Penemu had to go to work, while Issei was headed home. They exchanged a kiss on the cheek and went their separate ways. The walk to Issei's house was peaceful, with a few people greeting him along the way. However, he felt uneasy due to the unusual silence from Drake. Issei sensed that his tenant was awake but unresponsive, which made him nervous. Normally, they would be chatting, but Drake hadn't said a word all morning. After a few minutes, Issei arrived at his house, the same one he had used while keeping an eye on Kokabeel, now located in Grigori. He approached the front door when Drake finally spoke up. "Good luck." Issei paused, surprised. Good luck with what? He thought, but Drake remained silent. Opening the door, he was met with the inquisitive gaze of his twin sister, Valeri Lucifer. "Where have you been? You didn't come home all night," she questioned, her tone serious. "I stayed at the party longer than you did." "I was really tired," Issei replied, trying to sound casual. "So you spent the whole night at Azazel's?" Valeri pressed. "Most of it," he admitted. Valeri narrowed her eyes. "And I suppose the lipstick mark on your neck is from the party too?" Issei quickly checked with a small mirror conjured from a magic circle. Indeed, there was a lipstick mark at the base of his neck. "Honestly, I don't know where that came from," he said, genuinely unsure of when Penemu had kissed him there. "Sure, and the strong scent of women's perfume on you, you don't know where that came from either?" Valeri continued, her voice rising. Issei swallowed hard, recalling Penemu's favorite perfume. "Well, it's actually a funny story," he stammered, his mind racing to create a believable excuse. "Wait." Valeri sniffed closer, her expression shifting as recognition dawned. "I know that perfume, it's jasmine, one that's sold in Wales. I only know one person who uses it." Her eyes narrowed, obscured by her hair. "Issei, what were you doing with Penemu?" Issei hesitated. "Dancing?" Valeri clenched her fists, her anger palpable. "Don't take me for a fool, Issei. Tell me right now what you two did, and you better not have." He cut her off, looking away. "It's possible." Silence fell, stretching uncomfortably between them. "Out," Valeri whispered, her voice trembling. Issei, confused, asked, "What did you say?" but had to dodge an energy sphere she hurled at him. "Get out," she shouted, launching another sphere. "Valeri, calm down, you don't have to act." "Shut up," she yelled, her fury evident. "Get out of this house, I don't want to see you." Valeri's eyes blazed with fury, her hair lifting and swirling as she unleashed her power, reminiscent of Kushina Uzumaki. "What are you talking about? I built this house, you can't kick me out," Issei retorted. Valeri released a powerful gust of wind that sent objects swirling around her. Seeing this, Issei discreetly began to create a magic circle beneath him. Valeri calmed down. "Get out," she shouted. With that, she shot a bolt of energy at her brother, who took the full force of the attack to his abdomen. Just as he was hit, the magic circle teleported him away to an unknown location. Issei vanished, leaving a very angry Valeri standing there, her gaze shadowed by her hair, radiating nothing but rage. Kuroka, who had been watching from behind a door, decided it was time to come out and tried to calm her friend. "Valeri Naya, why don't you sit down for a moment? I'm sure it will help you relax, Naya." "Do you want me to calm down too?" Valeri shot back, her icy glare intimidating the dark-haired girl. Noticing Kuroka's discomfort, Valeri sighed, her expression softening. "I'm sorry. It's just that I can't stand the fact that that idiot did that with that bee." "You don't need to finish that sentence, Naya," Kuroka quickly interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. Valeri looked surprised but understood her friend's intent to calm her, so she complied. I guess." Kuroka's expression turned serious as she faced Valeri. "Valeri, were you serious when you told your brother you would leave the house and not come back?" "Yes," Valeri replied firmly. "Until he apologizes properly, I won't let him back here." Kuroka was taken aback, recalling how Valeri had attacked her brother. After that, there was no doubt in Valeri's mind about her decision, Kuroka thought. Before Kuroka could respond, a loud crash interrupted them. They turned to see a large box in the middle of the floor, filled with items Valeri recognized immediately. "That's my clothes." "But what are they doing here?" she exclaimed. Moments later, another large box fell from the second floor, landing next to the first one, also containing Valeri's belongings. "Hey, what's going on?" she shouted. More boxes tumbled down, spilling out items belonging to Kuroka, Biko, Arthur, and Lufei. Suddenly, Biko emerged from one of the boxes, rubbing his head as he looked at the two girls. "How would I know? I was sleeping peacefully when Gander came into my room and stuffed me in this box. Kurokanaya? Why would he do that? Kuroka asked, bewildered. How am I supposed to know? Didn't you hear me say I was sleeping and got stuffed in a box? Biko snapped. From the second floor, Arthur and Lu Fei rushed down, clearly agitated. Valeri, you need to do something. Fafnir and Gander are packing all our things into boxes, and they won't tell us what's going on. Arthur shouted. But why are they doing that, Naya? Kuroka asked, her confusion evident. You have a hard time listening, don't you? Didn't you hear me say they won't tell us what's happening? Biko retorted. Kuroka shot him an annoyed look. That was a rhetorical question, you idiot. Of course, I heard. I'm just asking myself. Well, do it in your head. You sound like a deaf person talking loudly. No, you sound like an idiot, Biko shot back. A vein popped on Kuroka's forehead as she lunged to grab Biko by the neck. I'll explain what's going on, a voice interrupted. Everyone turned to the stairs, where Tiamat stood with her arms crossed, her expression serious. Valeri narrowed her eyes at the blue-haired woman, recalling Tiamat's presence during her argument with Issei. Tiamat-sama, what's going on? Lu Fei asked. It's quite simple, actually. You all are going to leave this house and won't come back until I see Valeri on her knees begging Issei for forgiveness. Everyone was taken aback by Tiamat's words. Who do you think you are to say that? This house is mine. Valeri protested. Wrong. This house was built by Issei and us, so it belongs to all of us. Since you tried to kick Issei out of his own home, I'm obligated to kick you all out until he forgives you for what you've done. Valeri clenched her teeth in anger. I told him to leave because he did something he shouldn't have. Something he shouldn't have? Are you referring to sleeping with Penemu? Issei is free to do as he pleases. I think you still haven't realized something, Valeri. And what would that be? She asked, sensing something ominous. That you are his sister, and that's all you are. You are not his girlfriend, you are not his wife, you are not his mother, you are not his lover, and you are not his owner. You are only his younger sister, and that's how it should be. He can do whatever he wants with whomever he wants, whenever he wants, as long as he has the other person's consent. At that moment, something broke inside Valeri. Reality hit her hard, and it hurt deeply. A tear fell from her eyes as she leaned on Kuroka for support. Biko, witnessing this, gritted his teeth and decided to confront Tiamat. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? As far as I know, you're in a position similar to hers. To Issei, you're just a friend, right? Or am I mistaken? Biko challenged. Tiamat surprised him by smiling and letting out a soft laugh. You've got a point, my situation is similar. However, it's not quite the same. Unlike Valeri, I actually have a chance with Issei. Oh, what am I saying? I'm probably the person who's closest to Issei at this moment. Considering what you said earlier about Issei already being with Penemu, I wouldn't be so sure that you're the closest to him, Biko countered. Tiamat placed a hand on her chin, deep in thought. No, I think I'm right. It's not difficult to make Issei give in to his instincts when he's drunk. Besides, SEC isn't everything in life. If that were the case, Issei would be married to Ophis. What do you mean? Arthur asked, intrigued. Tiamat smiled, her eyes closed as if recalling something appealing. You know, Issei and I spend a lot of time together. Being on the same team means we're almost always together on missions. Even when we're not, we still share a lot of time, and he confides in me, what worries him, what he's going through, what he likes, everything. She glanced at Valeri. Even his secrets. Valeri swallowed hard, her heart racing. Oh yes, he told me that secret too, Valeri-chan, Tiamat continued. Valeri's eyes widened in alarm. She knew exactly what Tiamat was referring to, and she didn't like it one bit. Tiamat's smile shifted from affection to something more sinister. What secret? What is Tiamat-sama talking about? Lu Fei asked, confused. Biko thought to himself, this gives me a bad feeling. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Oh, it's quite simple, my dear Lu Fei. It turns out that our dear Valeri is not what she's made us believe all this time. She is actually AC. Enough. Don't say another word, Tiamat. The blue-haired girl glanced sideways at the top of the stairs, where a visibly annoyed Saji stood with his arms crossed, flanked by Fafnir and Gander. Do you have any idea what could happen to you if you finish that sentence? Saji warned. Don't you think it's unfair for them not to know? After all, they're her teammates, and even Kuroka, who is Valeri's best friend, doesn't know, Tiamat argued. I don't care. Issei once told me that if I ever find someone talking about it, I should eliminate that person and everyone who hears it. And he didn't say that as a friend, but as a leader, Saji replied firmly. Well then even better. If you do something to me, Issei will get angry with you too, Tiamat shot back. His order is to eliminate anyone who mentions it, even if that were me. He has already accepted that one of us might end up talking too much, and he has accepted the fact that, no matter who it is, it must not be mentioned, Saji stated, unwavering. Tiamat gritted her teeth and stared at Saji, who held her gaze. Whatever. You all better get out of here before I'm forced to throw you out, she warned. Quietly, Kuroka conjured a small magic circle in her hand, preparing for a confrontation. Just as she was about to act, someone grabbed her wrist, halting her. To her surprise, it was Biko. What do you think you're doing? Kuroka asked, her voice laced with irritation. That's what I was going to ask you, Biko replied, his tone urgent. Maybe if it were just one of them, we could do something, but there are 4. Even though Saji seems annoyed with Tiamat, I know none of them would hesitate to help each other if we attacked. But they are not, Kuroka began, but Biko cut her off. Think for a moment. Look at Valeri, she can barely stand after what Tiamat said. We don't have a chance. Kuroka lowered her gaze, contemplating his words. Fine. Let's go. Grab your things and let's find Azazel. He should be able to help Valeri with this. The Pendragon siblings exchanged glances with their dark-haired companion before shifting their focus back to the 4 dragons on the stairs. Finally, Lefay gathered all the boxes into a magic circle and they left together. The dragons watched the group until they exited the house. Once they had left the property, Tiamat vanished, leaving only a few snowflakes where she had stood. Saji sighed, breaking the silence. Saji, what you said a moment ago. Is it true? Gander asked, his brow furrowing. No, oh please no. Did you really believe that? Saji replied, shaking his head. You sounded very sincere when you said that, Fafnir pointed out. Lying is in my blood, but tell me, when have you heard Issei ask us to eliminate each other or anyone else? At most, he would ask us to prevent it from being mentioned, but never to take such drastic measures. I had a feeling Issei wouldn't ask us for something so serious, Fafnir admitted. Fafnir, he once asked you to give something to Azazel, and you treated him like a dictator for a week. Gander reminded him. Fafnir's eyebrow began to twitch. And how does that relate to this? Not at all, I just wanted to remind you, Gander replied with a smirk. You're such a... Fafnir started, but Gander interrupted. Anyway, do you think kicking them out of here is the best option? If it were up to me, I wouldn't have done anything. They aren't to blame for anything, and this is a problem between siblings, but... Saji hesitated. Tiamat? Fafnir suggested. Yes, something changed in her. It's as if she were trying to shake off a dangerous opponent or something like that. So I think if they stayed, it would only lead to more problems. Could it be that? Fafnir began, her instincts as a dragoness urging her to address Valeri. How so? Saji asked. Think of it this way, this house is the territory of a great dragon, and within it, 2 dragonesses are competing for his attention. They don't fight directly because the MSTR of this territory might get angry and expel them, Fafnir explained. This sounds quite a bit like our usual situation, Gander chimed in. Exactly, Fafnir continued. Now, the dragon has gone off to have a spat with one of those dragonesses, but he will eventually return. This is the second dragoness's chance to drive the first one out. When the dragon comes back home, he'll be all hers. And since the first dragoness has allies who could help her return, she also decided to drive them out of the dragon's territory, Saji added. Right? Fafnir confirmed. To ensure they don't try to come back too soon, she leaked private information about the first dragoness to see if her allies would abandon her or at least doubt her. So all of this is because Tiamat's protective instincts kicked in for her offspring, Saji remarked. Basically, yes, Gander agreed. Now we need to figure out how to resolve this situation. Bringing them back now would only create more problems. After this, I'm not sure they'd want to see us. Let's eat while we think of a solution, Fafnir suggested. Why is it that whenever something serious happens, you want to eat? Gander asked, raising an eyebrow. Because, one way or another, it's always Issei who ends up solving things, Fafnir replied. You have a point there. Now that I think about it. Gander mused. At that moment, Saji, Fafnir, and Gander all asked in unison, where is Issei? Earlier, in a remote forest away from Grigori, a magic circle appeared deep in the woods, and Issei flew out of it, crashing into a large tree. You could have warned me, Drake, he said, rubbing his head. Don't drag me into this. You were solely responsible for your argument with your sister, Drake replied. Well, it's not like I was really hurt. That wasn't an attack meant to kill me, Issei countered. Either that, or you're 1,000 times stronger than she is, Drake remarked. A bead of sweat trickled down Issei's forehead. That was the truth. His sister really did want to hurt him, but that attack wasn't strong enough to do any real damage. So, where are we? Issei asked, looking around. Why are you asking me? You teleported, Drake responded. The goal was Azazel's house, but Valeri's attack sent me who knows where. You could start by getting out of this tree and checking the area to figure out where we are, Drake suggested. That's a good idea, but I have a better one, Issei said. What? Drake inquired. I'm going to start by getting out of this tree and checking the area to figure out where we are, Issei replied with a grin. Excellent idea. It would be a shame if it were exactly what I just told you. Drake retorted sarcastically. Details, Drake, details, Issei shot back, smirking. With that, the silver-haired boy extricated himself from the tree. He shook off the dirt and wood chips, then looked around for any clues about his location. Seeing nothing but trees, he decided to climb a taller tree for a better view. In less than a minute, he reached the top, only to find the same scene as before, a forest full of trees and nothing else. No clearings, no signs of civilization, and no idea where he was. Sigh, it seems I'll have to move a bit to figure out where I am, he muttered to himself. With that, Issei jumped down, landing safely on the ground. Suddenly, he caught a familiar scent in the air. This is blood, he murmured. Maybe from some animal? There could be wolves and bears around here, Drake suggested. That's a possibility, Issei replied, his senses sharpening. Just then, a voice broke the silence. The forests of Germany are truly appealing, don't you think? Issei instantly turned toward the source of the voice. Confronted by a man in a black suit with a butler's hairstyle and a strange mask covering his entire face, Issei felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing another person. Excuse me, could you tell me where Issei began, but he halted when he noticed drops of blood falling from the man's gloved hands. His expression turned serious as he scrutinized the figure before him. The man didn't look particularly unusual, except for the blood on his gloves and the unsettling mask with a painted-on smile. Issei glanced behind the man and was met with a horrifying sight. Numerous dismembered bodies lay scattered across the ground, still oozing blood. The realization struck him that these gruesome remains had been severed only moments ago, and he hadn't even noticed. In that instant, Issei understood that the man before him was not only experienced in murder but also extremely dangerous. Is something wrong? You didn't finish your question, the masked man remarked, tilting his head slightly. Who are you? Issei asked, his voice steady despite the creeping fear. The masked man chuckled softly. That's not the same question you were asking before, but... Answer me. Who are you? Issei insisted, his resolve hardening. The masked figure let out a low laugh. Oh wow, are you that interested? Fine, I'll tell you. My name is Blood, though my friends call me Bloody. Okay, now tell me, what are you doing here? Issei pressed, his heart racing. You've asked your question, now it's my turn. Tell me, are you alone? Blood inquired, amusement lacing his voice. Issei narrowed his eyes. That's none of your business, and even if it were, I don't have to answer you. How rude of you. Here I was being so honest with you. But judging by your response, I can guess that you are alone, and considering your original question, you don't even know where you are. I'm not, Issei began, but Blood interrupted him. The dragon on your left arm doesn't count as a companion, Issei Lucifer. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Poor boy, so lonely, so far from home, and so utterly miserable to be standing before me, Blood taunted, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Issei swallowed hard, and just as he was about to speak, Blood continued, Don't worry, I'll end your misery. Blood stood directly in front of Issei, one hand resting on the boy's shoulder. Issei lowered his gaze, horrified to see a large hole in his abdomen, through which he could glimpse his insides. With a swift motion, Blood reached into the gaping wound, eliciting a gasp of shock from Issei. Calmly, Blood began to pull out Issei's intestines, as if performing a grotesque magic trick, extracting one organ after another from Issei's body. Once he finished, Blood gripped Issei's wrist tightly with one hand while his other hand moved to Issei's shoulder. As he did, Issei's arm became thin as fabric. Blood and other fluids spilled from the hole in Issei's abdomen, and it became clear that his arm had been crushed. But Blood didn't stop there. He repeated the process with Issei's other limbs. No matter how much Issei screamed, the masked man didn't pause for a second. After finishing, Blood reached back into the hole in Issei's abdomen, searching until he found what he was looking for. He grasped it gently but then tore it out with brutal force. Lifting part of his mask, Blood revealed a mouth that opened wider than any human jaw could, exposing a long tongue that licked the organ in his hand with delight before taking a hearty bite. Issei lay on the ground, staring up in horror as Blood crouched down, chewing on his heart with a grotesque smile, blood spilling everywhere. Blood continued to devour Issei's heart until it was gone. Once he finished, he stood up, walked over to where Issei lay, lifted his foot, and brought it crashing down onto Issei's face, obliterating his head in the process. Issei's eyes widened in terror. He gasped, trying to regain his breath, feeling as if he had been holding it underwater for far too long. He attempted to bring a hand to his face, but his arm was... When he looked at his arm, it appeared normal, except for the large nail embedded in the palm of his hand, pinning him to a tree. He tried to move it, but his arm wouldn't respond. He attempted to use his other arm for assistance, but it was in the same predicament. Fear gripped him as he glanced down at his legs, dreading that they might be in a similar state. What he saw horrified him even more. Where his hip should have been, there was nothing but a bandage, completely soaked in blood. There was not the slightest trace of his legs. He began to hear footsteps nearby. As he searched for the source of the sounds, he noticed changes in his surroundings. There was only one tree, the one he was attached to, and around it, darkness enveloped the area, a strange reddish mist creeping through. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure standing to his right. When he turned to face it, he found a person entirely black, a living shadow. But just one glance was enough for Issei to recognize them. It was someone he had fought before, someone who was supposed to be dead. "Is that you, Kyo Himejima?" Issei stammered. The dark form of the deceased Kyo Himejima raised its arms, revealing a dagger in its hands, and without hesitation, it plunged it into Issei's right side. A scream of pain escaped Issei's lips, quickly followed by another cry as he felt something stab into his left side. Turning to that side, he saw another dark silhouette resembling Kyo, identifiable by their attire as a member of the Cow's Brigade. Just like Kyo, this figure had just stabbed him with a dagger. Blood began to flow from his wounds, and the silver-haired boy shut his eyes momentarily in agony. When he opened them again, he was horrified to see a large number of shadowy figures approaching him. Issei recognized them all. After all, he was the one who had killed them. The dark figures began to stab him repeatedly, their relentless assault echoing in the darkness. In that place, only the screams of the blue-eyed boy could be heard. After what felt like hours of torment, Issei noticed a long red carpet in front of him. On either side were hundreds of stakes driven into the ground, each impaled with the decapitated heads of many people. People he knew, friends, acquaintances and family. Siji, Valeri, Azazel, Michael, among others. All of them were without their eyes, their faces twisted in expressions of pure terror and pain. At the end of the red carpet sat Blood on a throne made from the bloodied remains of his loved ones, holding the heads of Issei's parents, bearing the same expression as the others. "This is the punishment you receive from those you have slain," Blood declared. The masked figure rose from his throne and walked toward Issei. As he did, the flesh throne crumbled, revealing beneath it the head of Drake, proving that the carpet was nothing more than the dragon's skin. Issei's heart began to race as the masked figure drew closer. Once he arrived, he tugged at one of the bandages covering Issei's hip. With that action, the bandages lost their strength and fell away, revealing that Issei was actually split in half. All of Issei's insides tumbled to the ground. The branches of the tree to which Issei was pinned began to move, angling themselves around his head. Not a second later, they closed in, crushing Issei's head in the process. Once again, Issei's blue eyes opened, and he gasped for breath, struggling to regain a sense of normalcy. Just like before, he found himself bound, but this time he could feel all his limbs, lying on his back on a cold, flat surface that felt like metal. He felt heavy as if he had been running all day. The air was humid, his throat ached, and he was unable to speak. His mouth was dry, and his vision was blurry. A faint light flickered in Issei's right hand, followed by a sharp pain in his ring finger. Straining to turn his head, he noticed that his finger looked different. It seemed to be missing something, and something red was dripping from it. The same light appeared on his pinky finger, and once again he felt pain. He couldn't scream. It was as if his vocal cords had been severed. With his vision still blurry, he noticed that his pinky was just like his ring finger. It seemed to be missing something, and red liquid was oozing from the tip. But one thing was clear. Blood was watching him with a smile on his mask, as if he found Issei's suffering amusing. Blood reached out his hand toward Issei's, and blue sparks shot from his fingers, connecting to Issei's remaining fingers. Then, Issei's fingernails flew off, causing a spray of blood to erupt from each one. From Blood's perspective, Issei lay on a metallic hospital bed in what appeared to be a torture chamber, with blood-stained walls and a floor nearly flooded with the liquid up to his knees. As Blood walked around Issei, he approached his left side and brought his hand close to Issei's. The blue sparks appeared again, the nails flew off, and blood spilled. Issei barely moved. He was pale, and his eyes were losing their luster. Blood moved to Issei's feet and repeated the process, bringing his hands close to Issei's bare feet. The sparks appeared, all 10 toenails flew off, and blood gushed out. But the masked figure didn't stop there. He took Issei's left foot and began to twist it. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the room as Issei's leg contorted into an unnatural position. Blood then took Issei's right foot and twisted it in the opposite direction, the sound of breaking bones resonating again. Issei began to tremble. Before he realized it, Blood was already twisting his right arm. His muscles tensed as he felt Blood grasp his left wrist and start to turn it. The sound of broken bones filled the air, and his arm fell into an unnatural position. Suddenly, there was silence. Blood was out of Issei's line of sight. Then, a corkscrew settled over Issei's left eye. The masked figure twisted the object several times before pulling it out forcefully, Issei's blue eye still pierced on it. Carefully, Blood removed the eye from the corkscrew and placed it on a nearby table. Mysteriously, Issei was still able to see through that eye, now able to see clearly. He watched as Blood placed the corkscrew back into his eye and twisted it a couple of times before pulling it out, eye and all. Blood left the second eye next to the first and stepped back from the table. It suddenly vanished, causing Issei to fall onto the blood-soaked floor. Issei remained suspended for a moment until strange hands made of the blood from the ground began to grasp his body forcefully, pulling him down into the crimson liquid. "Goodbye and farewell, Issei Lucifer," Blood said. Issei's eyes sank into the blood, and everything turned black. "Partner!" Drake's voice echoed in his mind. Issei's eyes shot open suddenly, and he jumped back. He was once again in the forest, blood several meters away from him. Issei began to cough, his eyes were red, and he was drenched in sweat. I'm glad you could hear me. If you had died for the third time, it would have been for real, Drake explained. What was that? Issei asked, still trying to catch his breath. It's known as the selective death curse. It shows you potential deaths you might face in the near future. If you die 3 times during the illusion, you'll die for real. It activates with murderous intent or bloodlust, Drake clarified. Issei began to feel better in no time. You seem to know a lot about this. Of course, I've encountered it many times. That curse doesn't harm the body, only the mind and soul. That explains why my head only hurts. What does it mean that he can use it? It means you shouldn't hold back for even a second. The selective death curse can only be used once a month, so you don't need to worry about that. Wow, and I thought you would die without putting up a fight. It seems I underestimated you. I'm very sorry, Blood taunted. Believe me you will, Issei replied defiantly. The boosted gear manifested on Issei's left arm. Boost, 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 boost. Limit. Issei's power surged to colossal levels, and Escalating appeared, sheathed, on his back. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt and drew it. Chapter end. 1978, 1976, 1976. You got the number wrong. 3,000 more push-ups. Issei's body collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. He had been doing push-ups for 3 days straight without stopping to sleep, eat, or drink. His new emissary was far more demanding and harsh than the previous ones, showing him no mercy whatsoever. The heat in his chest reminded Issei of the burning embers beneath him, causing him to jump in pain. Could I at least have some? No. The penetrating voice of the man in front of Issei made him swallow hard. Rido, please. If I don't drink water, I'll die. Your death is not my concern. I'm here to train you, not to take care of you. Can I at least take these off? Issei pointed to some bracelets tied around his limbs. They were simple strings with strange amber stones interspersed. No. But I don't want to hear any buts. I want you to finish the 78,566 push-ups you have left. Please no. Issei muttered. Rido's gaze hardened. Now it will be 9,000 more push-ups. I will triple the weight you're carrying, increase the heat of the embers, and if you think of complaining, I'll add spikes among the embers. Issei's eyes widened, but not wanting to worsen his situation, he said nothing and waited for his emissary to do as he had said. How did I end up like this? Issei thought. Some time earlier. Issei felt bewildered, unable to articulate his thoughts. The room was thick with tension as Rido, his black-haired companion, broke the silence. Tell me, Issei, what do you know about the anti-world? Rido asked, his voice steady. Issei was taken aback. He was puzzled not only by Rido's knowledge of the anti-world but also by the unsettling familiarity of the situation. It felt as if he were kneeling before himself once again, confronting anti-Issei. Swallowing hard, Issei managed to stammer, "Why?" Rido began to pace around the room, his expression contemplative. You see, when I served as a soldier under Zeref, there was a man who was his most loyal follower. His name was Blood. Issei's blue eyes widened in surprise. Rido continued, I fought that man many times. The mask with the blood-stained smile, the butler's suit, the ability to manipulate blood, it was all the same as the Blood you faced. Rido glanced over his shoulder at Issei. But there are some things that don't add up. First is the age, second is the personality. The Blood I knew was a scoundrel. The same goes for his power. What catches my attention the most is that Blood, the one I've always known, has been dead for centuries. Issei's surprise slowly morphed into confusion. Let me get this straight. After the fall of the Alvarez Empire, You and Sat Ella went after Zeref's last commander, Blood the Red, a man you couldn't even kill back then. Rido nodded. Indeed. Where were my parents during all this? Issei asked, his brow furrowing. Rebuilding everything that was lost during the Demon Civil War. Will you let me continue my explanation? Rido replied. Yes, sorry, Issei said, eager to hear more. Since we were alone, without any support, we decided to investigate ourselves. To our surprise, we discovered that not only was he no longer in this world, but he had crossed into a parallel world we had no idea about. After a brief pause, Rido continued. After some time of preparation, my wife and I headed to the temple of Shikigami, the goddess who watches over the dimensional bridge and the doors to other worlds. At first, she wouldn't let us pass. Even today, I have to pay her monthly for passage to that place. He scratched his head in irritation. So, you went to the anti-world? Issei asked, trying to grasp the implications. Yes, and to be honest, I would never go back there, Rido admitted. Issei looked confused. But isn't it supposed to be similar since it's a parallel world? The truth is, Rido said, the anti-world is nothing like our world. It's a dark, sad place, and life there holds no hope. Rido sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Thousands of years ago, when the biblical god sealed Trihexa, he sealed it in the anti-world. Since then, the beast of the apocalypse has been slowly destroying that world, and there was no one there who could stop it. Issei swallowed hard. But what about Great Red? Aren't they supposed to be equal in power? Rido turned his gaze back to Issei, staring at him for a few seconds before looking away again. As far as I know, Trihexa killed the Great Red from there as soon as it arrived in that world. But that's not the important part or what destroyed that world in the way we found it. Then what? Issei pressed. What Trihexa did was worse than killing a dragon. It destroyed the barriers that separated the different parts of the anti-world. Huh. Issei replied, trying to wrap his mind around it. In other words, it made it so that heaven, hell, Asgard, the human world, and all the places you can think of were in the same location. Imagine waking up in your human world home and seeing Olympus outside your window, or where it should be, now there's the city of Lilith. One floor below you are the Grigori headquarters, and just half a block away is Alter Kyoto, and so on. Rido looked directly at Issei. With a simple wave of its arms, it brought all the enemy factions together in one place to have them kill each other. That happened thousands of years before Sat Ella and I arrived there. Imagine that situation, and now imagine what a place like that would be like thousands of years later, where violence never ended. Issei lowered his head, trying to picture it. Images of burning cities and deadly battles quickly formed in his mind. Blood was naive. He thought he would find an exact copy of this world and could continue serving Zeref, but he only found his death at the hands of the monster that rules that world, Rido explained. If you don't mind me asking, why are you telling me this? Issei inquired. That blood who attacked you comes from the anti-world. The smile on the mask was painted with my blood, and the mask is the same. But what caught my attention is that I can feel Blood's blood, the blood I faced, running through that boy. Do you think he could be a descendant of him? Issei asked, curiosity piqued. It's possible, but I found the smoke thing strange. Blood could only transform into blood or into someone he had touched with a drop of blood. Now, to better answer your question, as far as I know, you've faced someone from the anti-world before, and you've already lost twice to someone from there. Issei looked away, trying to avoid Rido's piercing gaze. And I must say I'm very disappointed in you. I honestly expected you to be much stronger at your age. You don't train enough, you know many tricks but only the basics, and Silver doesn't seem to have done anything to correct that. He just taught you more half-baked tricks. Issei glared at Rido, annoyance bubbling within him. That's not true. Rido coldly stared back. Oh really? Let's see, he continued. Activate the Devil Force, deactivate it, and then activate the Dragon Force. When you deactivate it, I want you to create a chain of the Reaper that is so incredibly strong it cannot be broken. After that, we'll see how skilled you are with contamination magic, physical destruction, curses, and seals. Issei's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Embarrassed, he lowered his gaze, silently accepting defeat. I thought so. Since you're not going to do it on your own and Silver's teachings didn't help much, I feel obligated to train you myself. Sometime later. But not in the present, still in the past. Rizevin and Issei walked deep into the forest, a distance away from the village where the elves lived. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and the soft rustle of leaves accompanied their footsteps. What kind of training will I have? Issei asked, his curiosity evident. Will you make me run like Tanin did, or spend magic like Silver? Shut up for a moment, Rizevin replied, his tone firm but not unkind. The first thing we need to focus on is improving your physical condition. If you want to unleash the full potential of the various spells and magics you know, you need a body capable of withstanding the strain they cause. Strain? Issei echoed, a frown creasing his brow. Yes. You might not notice it, but every time you use a spell or any magic, your body undergoes a slight strain. Given that you specialize in Dragon Slayer, God Slayer, and Devil Slayer magic, it's no surprise you haven't felt that strain. And why is that? Issei inquired, genuinely puzzled. You have divine blood from your father, some dragon blood from yourself, and a bit from your maternal side. As for demon blood, well, your last name is that of the most famous demon of all time, Rizevin explained, his voice steady. Shouldn't that have the opposite effect? Issei asked, tilting his head in confusion. Rizevin sighed audibly at the question. Issei, can you tell me the basic principle of Dragon Slayer magic? What does it consist of? Sure, Issei replied, his confidence returning. It involves absorbing some draconic power and corrupting it to inflict greater damage on those it considers enemies, namely, the dragons. Correct. And where did you get the draconic power to perform that magic? Rizevin pressed. From Drag, who, being a fire dragon, made my Dragon Slayer magic strongest in fire. Issei answered, his voice trailing off as he began to connect the dots. The other two magics follow the same principle, corrupting the power to inflict greater damage to a specific being. Since you already have blood from those beings within you, the corruption part is much easier, which means it consumes less magic and causes less strain on your body. Issei looked down at the ground, pondering what he had just learned. He tried to recall the moment he first began using the magics that ended in Slayer. Wait, is that why God Slayer magic worked on the first try? He asked, a spark of realization lighting up his eyes. Rizevin regarded him with a hint of doubt. When I tried to use God Slayer magic for the first time, I realized I didn't know any gods to draw energy from, which made me feel defeated. But I tried it anyway to see what would happen, and it resulted in my Fire God Slayer magic. It's very likely that at that moment, you awakened the divine power flowing through your veins. It doesn't surprise me that you created fire, your father used it too. Yes, I knew that, but I can use more than just fire, Issei pointed out. So could he? God Slayer magic has no limits like Devil Slayer or Dragon Slayer, Rizevin clarified. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The latter too require a specific element. If it's the power of an electric dragon, it will manifest as lightning magic. If it's the power of a water demon, it will be water magic. The power of a god is somewhat of an exception to that rule. Gods can generate the element they longing with their power, and therefore, the magic created to eradicate them as well. Issei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That doesn't add up. Why not? Rizevin asked, his curiosity piqued. My friends and my sister also wield Dragon Slayer magic, Issei explained. Oh, I see. But it's the same for them, Rizevin replied. Can you explain that to me too? Issei requested, eager for clarity. Of course. Let's start with the bearer of Vritra, Rizevin said. Saji, Issei interjected. While Vritra is a fire dragon, he belongs to the category of serpentine dragons, which lack limbs or wings. They are poisonous by nature. It's like a last resort for those who have another element. Your friend could have chosen darkness since Vritra is an evil dragon, or fire. Yes, I remember he mentioned that he chose poison on his own, Issei recalled. Let's move on to Fafnir. He is a metallic dragon, more specifically a golden one. They can create illusions, manipulate metals, and reflect light. Since he's lazy, he chose the easiest one to manipulate, although he could use the other two as well. What about Gander? He's not an evil dragon and uses darkness, Issei asked. That's where the family factor comes in, Rido explained. Issei raised an eyebrow again, intrigued. Your friend Jormungandr is the son of Loki, and he has divine blood running through his veins. The gods are the exception to the rule, Rido elaborated. Issei nodded, recalling that detail. He probably chose darkness to match Fafnir, he mused. Tiamat is the one I don't understand. Draig is a fire dragon, and Tiamat was an ice dragon, yet she uses electricity, Issei said, his brow furrowing in confusion. The answer lies in the basic principles of magic and Kekkei Genkai, or bloodline abilities. Do you remember that? Rido prompted. Sort of, but I didn't really care much about it, Issei admitted. Opposing types of magic can harm the user if not handled carefully, but if used correctly, they can be enhanced, Rido explained. But ice isn't the opposite of fire, it's a variant of the opposite, Issei countered. Exactly, which leads to another case. Since ice and fire aren't 100% opposites, they can't strengthen or harm the user, but they can generate energy capable of combating the opposites. In this case, electricity. The girl had the option of water, fire, ice, and electricity, but she could manipulate her bloodline elements to create different variants. Issei thought for a moment, piecing it all together. The water must be because ice is formed from water, and those variants Rido mentioned could have included steam, mist, lava, and smoke. Rido began explaining. About your sister, Albion is an aerial dragon. They spend almost their entire lives flying, barely touching the ground, and they can use the wind to their advantage. Issei listened intently, initially satisfied with the information. However, doubt soon clouded his expression. So how did your friend Rogue manage to manipulate so many different types of magic? At the mention of his deceased companion, Rido's calm smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. His sharp gaze fixed on Issei, who quickly realized that his question had struck a nerve. Sorry, Issei said, his voice laced with regret. I didn't know I shouldn't ask that. Rido sighed, relaxing his expression. No, I should apologize for my reaction. I should have expected that question, considering you use that magic every day. It's only natural that you'd want to know about the man who created it. With a hint of nostalgia, Rido looked up at the sky. To put it simply, Rogue fought against every type of dragon he encountered. For years, he studied and analyzed each one, and then he had the idea to siphon some power from each of his opponents. Once he managed to do that, he absorbed tiny amounts of the power from the attacks he received. A laugh escaped Rido's lips. Just remembering his face after fighting a slime dragon is enough to brighten my day. I would have loved to see that, Issei replied, intrigued. The best part, Rido continued, is that the dragon had tried to eat him since he was out of energy. He ended up covered in dragon slime, inside and out. And I should clarify that slime dragon slime doesn't come off unless exposed to extreme temperatures. Issei's left arm trembled, as if Draig knew that from experience. After obtaining those powers, he just had to fuse them with his body and start training. Then he got the idea to corrupt draconic power to see what happens, and look, nowadays there are countless people who were saved thanks to him and his let's see what happens. As they walked, the duo reached a clearing in the forest. Although trees still surrounded them, there was enough space to move around freely. I think we'll be fine here, Rido said, surveying the area. This would be where he trained with Issei for a while. Alright, the first thing you'll do is put this on. Rido pulled out some bracelets from his right pocket. They were threads with amber stones tied in between. Are those weights? Issei asked, eyeing the bracelets. No, you could say they're magic suppressors. Context. Rido pointed to the stones on the bracelets. These stones are pieces of antinite. It's a gem that nullifies magic on contact. He raised his left arm, and a dark purple chain emerged from it, adorned with small spikes on the links and ending in a shackle. Issei's eyes widened in recognition. Is that a Reaper's chain? Yes, Rido confirmed. You're not the only one who uses these. They're quite common among necromancers and gods related to death. Issei sat down on the ground, a little cloud of despair forming over him as he started to draw circles in the dirt while muttering about thinking he was special. Rido ignored his mood and continued his explanation. As you probably know, these chains disrupt a person's magic flow, preventing magic from passing through the area near the chain. But anti-night is different. It nullifies magic. It doesn't just interrupt it. Issei lifted his gaze from the ground to listen. If you throw a fireball at the chain, nothing will happen. But if you do it at the anti-night, the fireball will dissipate because the magic that composes it has been nullified. To demonstrate, Rido threw the bracelets and the chain into the air and quickly launched a sphere of darkness at each one. The result was exactly as he had described. If you get one arm caught in this chain, you can still use magic with your other arm. But if you have anti-night tied to your right hand, you can't use magic in any of your limbs. I understand its function, Issei said, but why do I need them if I'm going to train my physical strength? Your body constantly has magic flowing through it. With this, your body won't have any magic, so training will be harder, but your performance will be much better. Got it, then let's start the training. Present day. Issei found himself questioning his choices. At what moment did I decide that training this way was a good idea? He was running through the forest, dragging a massive rock attached to a chain as part of his training. Exhausted and worn out, Issei appeared pale and dirty, with dark circles under his eyes. He felt thinner, thirsty, hungry, cold, and longed to see his sister and friends, as well as confront Rido. Meanwhile, Rido casually walked alongside him, munching on a sandwich. Issei, hurry up, you still have 6 kilometers to go, Rido called out, downing an entire bottle of water in one gulp. Issei glared at Rido, frustration evident in his expression. It was clear he was dead tired. If you keep looking at me like that, Rido warned, I'll increase the weight of the rock by 10,000 times, and you'll have to cover another 80,000 kilometers. Issei's expression darkened at the thought. And I won't give you my other sandwich, Rido added with a smirk. Suddenly, Issei's face broke into a cheerful smile, and he quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, Issei sat on the ground, devouring a breaded steak sandwich and drinking cola. For the first time in a week, he was consuming food. Rido had his back to him, glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. Issei, wait here, I need to go get something, Rido said. The blue-eyed man nodded with his mouth full, and Rido vanished into the darkness. Issei swallowed the last piece of his sandwich and took a long swig of cola, closing his eyes with a tired sigh. When he opened them, he was surprised to see 2 purple orbs close to him. These belonged to the appealing wife of the vampire who was training him. Issei's reaction was immediate. Since he still couldn't use magic, he hadn't sensed her approach. He decided to do what any man would do in his situation. "Kay!" he screamed in surprise, scrambling away from her, which earned a few giggles from the woman. "Sorry, did I scare you?" she asked, her voice light and teasing. "No, how could you think that?" "Scared? That's impossible." Issei stammered, his thoughts racing. He realized he sounded like Fafnir when he saw Azazel. "I see," she replied, a knowing smile on her face. "Tell me, Issei-kun, what do you think about your days in this forest?" Sadella asked, her voice curious. Issei sighed, "They're exhausting. I've had some tough training sessions, but Rido is on another level." "Is he very hard on you?" she inquired. "Kind of. What he makes me do makes sense, but I don't really like it," Issei admitted. "Could you explain why?" she prompted. Issei began to recount his training experiences. "Azazel would make me fight him. I followed what the books said. Tannen trained me physically, and Silver taught me new things and made me use magic. They all increased the difficulty as my training progressed, but..." Satella interjected, "But none of them spoke to you with bloodlust and murderous intent in every word." Issei widened his eyes slightly at her words. "Exactly. The difference isn't just the type of training, it's that Rido warns me every time he speaks that he'll kill me if I don't comply. That's just how he is. You're lucky he's training you this way," Satella said. "Lucky until I collapse from exhaustion?" Issei retorted. No, in the same way he was raised, she replied. Issei looked confused. Satella nodded in understanding. I see you don't know. You might not be aware, but Rido is the son of Dracula. Yeah, I know that, Issei replied. But you don't know what his life was like, or rather, his childhood. After the dark god Baldur died and his entire empire fell, Dracula was forced to flee to Central Europe, to what is now Germany. I know that story. To create an immortal army, Dracula began transforming humans into vampires. But his creations didn't meet his expectations, which turned Dracula into someone extremely grumpy and cruel. However, he had an idea that restored his hope for revenge against his enemies. The wind rustled the hair of the duo in the silent forest. Dracula decided to have a child of his own instead of creating one. The result was an all-powerful being, a prodigy who, training just 1 hour a day for a week, equaled and surpassed Dracula himself in power. Proud of his son, he named him Rido Kuron, or Vengeful God in Vampire. The description of Rido caught Issei's attention, but he remained silent to let her continue. Eager for more powerful children, Dracula had Haruka and Yuri Kuron, Rido's blood siblings, but that's where the problem arose. Haruka and Yuri didn't possess the power or talent of Rido. It turned out that Rido was someone born once every 100,000 years. Satella's gaze turned sad. Rido was aware from the very beginning that his father saw him as a weapon and didn't love him, but he also knew that his siblings adored and cared for him. Rido hated Dracula, not for how he treated him, but for how he treated the other vampires and his siblings. Issei's expression grew serious. When Dracula saw Rido's younger siblings near him, he would yell at them and even hit them for it. According to him, Rido had to use all his time to progress and become stronger. He forced Rido to follow a training routine far worse than what you endure now. Any thought of complaint was met with severe punishment. Rido was tortured while training. They would rip his nails off while he slept, and there were some things I won't even mention. Issei's expression trembled. What kind of father would do something like that? Not even Rizevin, who had killed his own son, would go that far. Rido didn't take long to realize that where he was, his father made people suffer. That's why he left home and traveled to the Alvarez Empire, where someone could train him as he needed. Zeruf, the Guardian. Guardian? Issei interrupted. Satella whispered, I've said too much. That doesn't matter. Years later, after the fall of Alvarez, Rido and I returned together to Germany. Rido, now among the top 10 strongest, killed Dracula and freed the vampires. Since then, vampires have lived in peace. Well, peace if we don't count their family feuds. Issei pondered this for a moment. Vampires were not known for being a stable faction. In fact, they weren't really a faction at all. They were too fragmented and at odds with one another, with each clan acting independently and lacking a leader. But then, a memory surfaced in Issei's mind, the memory of his visit to the Teeps mansion with Azazel years ago. At that time, Azazel had the idea to meet with the holders of all 13 Longinus, under the pretext that the Teeps vampires had infiltrated Grigori. He went to speak with the head of the Teeps family, and Issei accompanied him as his egg. As they walked to the Teeps leader's office, Issei noticed the numerous paintings that adorned the house. Nothing particularly interesting for him, but the ones in the office caught his attention. To the left of the homeowner was a portrait of him with his family, while to the right hung a large painting featuring the father of vampires at its center. No matter how tyrannical Dracula had been, he remained their creator, and the vampires respected him. However, it was the painting behind the man that truly captivated. In it, a man with black hair, one red eye and one blue, dressed entirely in black, sat on a throne of gold and silver. To the right of the throne, leaning against it, was a woman with silver hair and purple eyes. On the left side of the throne hung a tattered cape, black on the outside and red on the inside, strikingly similar to the one Dracula wore in the painting on the opposite wall. Behind the throne lay nothing but destruction. The imposing gaze of the man in the painting, his posture exuding power despite being seated, and the chaos behind him made Issei's eyes shine for the rest of the week. That memory was soon followed by another. Issei recalled a trip to Austria, where he had coincidentally seen a painting featuring Rido in several houses across the country. Is that why vampires have paintings of Rido in their homes? Issei asked. The woman with purple eyes slightly widened her gaze at this. How do you know that? Satella replied. I've been in vampire mansions and seen paintings of Rido, as well as houses where people have them, Issei explained. A smile formed on Satella's face. I see. For vampires, Rido is like a god. Essentially, he is the leader of all vampires. If he wanted, he could put an end to the conflicts between the clans permanently and unite them all. Then why doesn't he? Issei questioned. Nah, it's too much work. I'll do it another time, came the voice of Rido, echoing from a recorder that Satella had mysteriously held in her hand. A bead of sweat formed at the nape of Issei's neck. Something tells me Rido and Azazel have a few things in common. Satella merely chuckled at this comment. A small purple butterfly landed on Satella's hand, its wings marked with numbers. Oh, look at the time. It's getting late to check the harvest, she said, standing up and brushing off her clothes. It was fun talking with you, Issei. I'll see you later, if you survive. Issei blinked in confusion, but before he could respond, the woman vanished from sight. He swallowed hard, her last words echoing in his mind. What have I gotten myself into? In the depths of the forest, Rido's wife appeared beside him, a small smile growing as she looked at her husband. So, what do you think of the boy? Rido asked. He's a good kid, has potential, but if you want him to be truly strong, you'll need to intensify his training, Satella replied. I'll keep that in mind, Rido said. Sometime later, Issei was jumping rope at an incredible speed, but not in a typical manner. He was blindfolded, dodging projectiles that Rido hurled at him, spikes, shards of glass, embers, and exposed wires. Despite the chaos, he still wore the anti-Nita bracelets. The poor blue-eyed boy was sweating profusely, struggling to hold his breath as Rido released poisonous gas around him. The poison wouldn't have been a problem if the anti-Nita hadn't blocked his immunity to toxins. The sound of a bell rang out, prompting him to stop jumping and flee the area as quickly as he could. As he removed the Betefeld, Issei noticed several stakes of darkness rising from the ground where he had been jumping moments before. Since the previous day, Rido had been launching surprise attacks to test Issei's alertness. Initially, the blue-eyed boy relied on his survival instincts, but he soon realized that Rido was a true predator, nearly imperceptible, often striking before Issei even sensed the danger. To make matters worse, Issei had to survive in the forest, hunting and drinking from the river, all while Rido's attacks intensified, making life increasingly difficult for the silver-haired boy. Gasping for breath, Issei suddenly fell to his knees. The atmosphere felt heavy and slightly reddish, a psychological tactic employed by Rido. With Issei's body weakened from a lack of magic, his mind was also under strain. Rido bombarded him with waves of murderous intent and bloodlust, aiming to harden Issei's resolve. After enduring this torment for a while, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Issei set out to find water at a nearby river. A few days later, he was running through the trees with a stone spear in hand, a smile on his face. He had adapted remarkably well to Rido's training. Climbing onto some nearby rocks, Issei spotted Rido waiting for him in a clearing. Without hesitation, he threw the spear in Rido's direction and jumped after it. With minimal effort, Rido flicked the spear with a finger, causing it to spin 180 degrees and shoot back toward Issei. The silver-haired boy narrowly dodged as the spear embedded itself in a rock. Not wasting a moment, Issei dashed toward Rido, pulling a stone knife from his clothes. As he got closer, he made several slashes with the knife, which Rido easily evaded. At one point, Issei attempted to slash Rido's face, but the dark-haired man leaned back just in time. Unexpectedly, an orange liquid squirted from between Issei's fingers. Undeterred, Issei pulled out another stone knife and lunged forward, intending to stab Rido. Rido considered moving back or to the side but realized he was in an old cave, now just a few rocks forming a semicircle with a small roof. He had nowhere to escape. Quickly assessing his situation, Rido devised a simple plan. He raised a knee and struck Issei's hand, forcing him to drop the second knife, which flew toward the first knife, shielding Rido from the orange liquid. Without hesitation, Rido grabbed the flying knife and slashed forward, narrowly missing Issei. Curiously, Rido sniffed the stone piece to determine what the liquid was. Orange juice? Were you trying to blind me with this? Rido asked. Issei didn't respond but threw the remaining knife, not at Rido, but at a small stone among the larger rocks. When the knife struck the little stone, it shattered, causing the larger rocks to tumble down toward Rido. Without even looking, Rido caught them as they fell and tossed them at Issei, who dodged them by jumping back with surprising ease. By the time the rocks had run out, Issei found himself back by his spear. He grabbed the weapon by the end without the stone tip and, with some effort, pulled it free from the rock, swinging it forward in an arc that sent the stone tip flying toward Rido. The dark-haired man merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the tip to whiz past him. With no more rocks in the way, it embedded itself in a tree, cutting a rope in the process. Rido noticed the sound of the cut and turned to see what had happened, only to discover that the severed rope activated a mechanism that unleashed a rain of metal needles with violet tips, all aimed directly at him. No matter where he looked, Rido found needles everywhere, with no space to escape or shield himself. He knew well that this had been Issei's plan from the start. Tin 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 tin. The sound of the alarm signaled the end of the test, prompting Rido to quickly remove an orange ring from his left pinky finger. This was an anti-night ring, and he momentarily released his aura to send the needles flying away. Issei sighed. Seriously? I spent all night forging those needles, and they end up like this? Do you have any idea how many times I had to strangle snakes to poison each needle? I really don't care. Take a break, you've passed this test, Rido replied. Wasn't I supposed to injure you? Issei asked. You ran out of time, but if the alarm had gone off a few seconds later, you would have hurt me. Exhausted, Issei fell back onto the ground. When you feel better, we'll head to the village, Rido said. Issei lifted his head at this. You'll take a bath, eat properly, and we'll start your magical training. Issei's eyes widened with surprise and excitement, and he quickly got to his feet, following Rido, who was already heading toward the village. A few minutes later, Issei was in a tavern, eating as if his life depended on it. The other elves in the tavern watched him with astonishment. On Issei's table, there were about 6 or 7 towers of empty plates, and in the middle, he was devouring pork ribs at an impressive speed. Sitting at the bar of the tavern was Rido, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. The bartender glanced at Rido out of the corner of his eye, and Rido returned the look. I'm serious, I'll pay for everything you order. You might not remember, but I'm rich, Rido said. The bartender replied, I just hope the kitchen has enough for the rest of the week. More beads of sweat formed on Rido's forehead as he turned his gaze back to Issei, who was ordering more food while being served additional dishes. Rido thought to himself, even the way he eats is just like his father. Later, back in the forest, Issei exclaimed, All right, now that I've eaten properly, I'm ready to train. As the silver-haired boy celebrated, Rido watched his wallet grow emptier than the Sahara. Sat Ella is going to kill me, he thought. Okay, Rido, where do we start? Issei asked eagerly. Rido pulled his gaze away from his wallet to look at Issei, who seemed to be back to his old self. Throw me a chain of the Reaper, Rido instructed. From my body or from the ground? Issei inquired. It's the same, just do it, Rido replied. With a shackle or a point? Issei continued. It's the same, just do it, Rido insisted. Do you want it loose or attached to where it came from? Issei asked. It's the same, just do it, Rido repeated. Ko. Rido grabbed Issei's face firmly and glared at him with considerable intensity. Do it, he commanded. Okay. Issei responded, his voice subdued. Releasing Issei, who no longer wore the anti-Nita bracelets, summoned a dark purple chain with spikes on its links that ended in a shackle. Rido took the metallic object and examined it closely before grasping it by the ends and breaking it effortlessly. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Rido had simply squeezed it and pulverized it. I see what the problem is with your chains, Rido sighed. Really? Issei asked, still in disbelief. Yes, The issue is that you're not infusing them with magic, which is why they break, Rido explained. Issei looked at Rido with a blank expression. What's with that look? Rido asked. Rido, do you realize that the purpose of those chains is to prevent magic from passing through, right? Issei replied. Do you realize that your question is completely misguided, right? Rido countered. How do you expect me to use magic on something that blocks magic? Issei challenged. Like this, Rido said. In Rido's hand, 5 chains and 5 rings appeared. One of the chains stretched out to Issei and wrapped around his right arm. The finger from which the chain emerged moved slightly, and the chain began to glow a dark purple. Try to break it, give it everything you've got if you need to, Rido instructed. Okay. Issei agreed, determination in his voice. Issei struck the chain with his free hand, but it barely budged. However, he felt a sharp pain. One of his fingers had cracked while trying to break it. Staring at his hand for a moment, he summoned the boosted gear, which powered up 5 times. The red gauntlet vanished, revealing that Issei's hand was covered in metallic scales and other materials, before being enveloped in armor haki and returning to its normal skin color. Rido raised an eyebrow as a series of pink lightning bolts began to surround Issei's armored hand, forming a translucent white sphere around it. Like a guillotine, Issei's hand came crashing down on the chain. The entire forest trembled from the impact. The earthquake generated by the Gura Gura no Mi caused Issei to sink slightly into the ground. The pink bolts of Devil Slayer magic shot out in all directions, coursing along the length of the chain. Despite not stopping his assault, Issei soon realized it was having no effect and decided to halt. He dispelled his scales and haki, as well as the power of his fruit and the lightning, and examined his hand. It was red and beginning to throb with pain. I really thought that if I used Devil Slayer magic, I could break it. After all, that magic is meant to kill and destroy anything related to dark beings, Issei said, frustration evident in his voice. Rido replied, what happens is that when you use magic on the chain, it gains an anti-magic aura. The chain itself blocks the passage of magic, but when charged with magic, it acquires an external aura that makes it magic-proof. If you hit it with something magical, you won't do any damage. Things like those scales or the lightning don't actually affect it. So it's the same as if I had just used haki and the Gura Gura with the boosts, right? Issei asked. Exactly. Remember that the boosts enhance both your magical and physical attacks. Issei nodded, and a bluish aura surrounded his injured hand, healing it quickly. Rido made his chain disappear, along with the rings and other chains. Let's move on to the next thing. How much can you explode with physical destruction magic? Rido inquired. Organs, that's all that can be destroyed, right? Issei replied. Rido raised an eyebrow. I want to believe you're joking because if not, I'm going to be very disappointed. Issei looked away and began to whistle. Rido sighed and created a magic circle beside him, pulling out a glass box, a balloon, and some candies. I'm going to start from the beginning, so pay attention. Physical destruction magic consists of sending pressure waves through a finger into a body to make it explode from the inside. Rido touched the box with his index finger, causing one of the candies inside the balloon to explode. Issei nodded in agreement and demonstrated the technique. This has 4 levels. What I just did is level 1. It makes whatever is inside a body explode. In this example, the candies. Rido then touched the box again with his middle finger, causing the balloon to burst and the remaining candies to fall into the box. Level 2 makes the last layer of a body explode, as you saw with the balloon. Rido touched the box again with his ring finger, completely shattering it. Level 3 destroys the outer layer of the body. The theory for all levels is the same, only the finger used and the pressure applied vary. And what about level 4? Issei asked. Level 4 is used to destroy anything external to a body that is covering it, like armor. The key with this level is that you have to send the pressure waves into a body and make them return to the outside. So we'll train on enhancing the chains and the 3 levels I haven't used? Issei suggested. Not just that. Do you see those wild boars over there? I want you to use pollution magic to make them fight. I can't do that, Issei admitted. Rido, watching the boars, turned to the blue-eyed boy. You don't know much about pollution magic? I thought you were more capable. Well, I only know how to create a cough. I never found it very interesting, Issei replied. So you never found it interesting to learn a magic capable of creating diseases and manipulating people without them knowing? Rido asked. Oh. If you put it that way, I sound like an idiot, Issei conceded. Rido sighed. In that case, create a storage seal. I want to check the capacity of... I can't do that either. Issei interrupted. Are you at least capable of entering the state? Rido began, but seeing Issei's hesitation, he sighed again. Okay, we have a lot of work ahead, a voice declared. Somewhere on the planet, a castle lay in ruins, its towers crumbling under the weight of destruction. Smoke billowed from every crack, and large green flames swept across the structure. Footsteps echoed amid the sounds of falling walls and burning wood, and with a thunderous crash, another tower collapsed, releasing a massive cloud of dust. From the wreckage, a figure emerged, walking calmly through the chaos. He was a man dressed in a butler's suit, his black hair contrasting sharply with the mask that obscured his face. The eerie figure known as Blood stepped out of the debris and made his way toward a room at the end of his path. Just as he approached, that room crumbled, and the green fire quickly spread through the rubble. Footsteps followed closely behind. A silhouette emerged from the fallen room, clad in black with a long coat that flowed into a cape. With vantablack hair and blood-red eyes, the dark figure of Issei walked at a measured pace, green flames flickering from his garments before extinguishing. The two figures continued until they stood face to face. Issei's red eyes narrowed as he approached the masked man. A soft, chilling laughter escaped Blood's lips as he moved toward the other dark-haired figure. They walked calmly past each other, but when they were only half a meter apart, both turned around, swords drawn, clashing anti-Escalating against Blood's katanas. An unexpected battle was about to unfold, hidden from the eyes of the world. While Issei trained to grow stronger, the dangers and threats of their world converged, and like the young hero, they too were becoming more powerful. A new day dawned in Grigori, and within the protagonist's large house, chaos reigned as it had for the past few weeks. Any news on Issei? Issei called out, his voice echoing through the disarray of the house. The kitchen was a disaster. Papers, trash, and debris covered every surface. The walls were cracked, and the original color of the paint was unrecognizable. Yet, amidst the chaos, multiple holographic screens in the main room displayed various maps and locations from around the world. At the center of it all was a photo of their favorite silver-haired protagonist. Suji, looking haggard, stood in front of this mess, going through his daily routine of searching for his friend without a trace of his whereabouts. Emerging from a pile of garbage, Fafnir appeared, looking far from well. The blonde dragon slayer of light was thin, with sunken eyes and tattered clothes, as if he had just emerged from a war. No, Fafnir's voice was raspy, reminiscent of an old man, dry and suggesting that these might be his last words. There's nothing left edible in the house. Cough cough. With a fit of coughing, the blonde collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach. Seeing this, Saji rushed over to help him, bending down to lift his head and check on him. Fafnir, hang in there, Saji urged. It's useless, my friend. Without Issei, everything is lost. Gander went out to find food 6 days ago. And still hasn't returned. I'm sorry to be the first to go. Tears streamed from Fafnir's sunken eyes as he smiled weakly, then slowly closed them, falling limp. Fafnir, don't die, you idiot. Don't leave me alone, not after everything we've been through. Tears flowed from Saji's eyes as he shook his friend's body in a desperate attempt to elicit a response. And then it happened. Just when everything seemed lost, a flash of light illuminated the dark house. Saji's astonished eyes widened in shock at the newcomer. Standing in the open doorway was Gander, holding 7 boxes of pizza, his hair blowing in the wind, his gaze fixed on his friends. Noticing the scene, he could only utter a few incredulous words for his fallen companion. I leave for 10 minutes to get the pizzas we ordered, and you're already dead? Fafnir opened one eye, which now looked much more normal. In fact, Both he and Saji seemed to regain their composure. You back? We barely got to practice my death, Fafnir said, sitting up. Saji got to his feet and brushed off the dirt. I'm going for the drinks. Gander glanced around, noticing the absence of the female member of their group. Where's Tiamat? Fafnir, already seated at the table and eating, replied. She got tired of searching for Issei with the radars and had some sort of anxiety attack from being away from her dad for too long, so she went off to find him, breaking through that wall. He pointed with his thumb at a wall, or what used to be a wall. Speaking of which, the blue-haired girl appeared in the dining room, her expression weary. I see the pizza has arrived. Which one is the pepperoni? The third box from the bottom, Gander replied. Thanks. Half a second later, Saji returned with 3 large bottles of Coca-Cola and 4 glasses. Thus began the lunch of Team Issei. By the way, any leads? Tiamat asked. Nope. It's like he's in some hidden place, shielded by an ultra-powerful or unknown barrier. If the Super Azazel satellite MZ-14 can't track him, I don't know what to do, Saji explained. I'm still intrigued that Azazel lent you his super satellite, Gander remarked. He didn't lend it to me, I snuck into his house and took it. At this revelation, Tiamat and Gander shrugged, while Fafnir slowly turned his head to look at Saji. You stole Azazel's satellite? Fafnir asked, incredulous. Yep. Fafnir's expression turned serious. Do you have any idea what Azazel might do if he finds out? Azazel's office. Shemhazai looked at Azazel with concern. Azazel, are you aware that our most powerful satellite has disappeared? Yes, Azazel replied nonchalantly. And you don't think you should do something about it? Shemhazai pressed. No, I need to complete the Pokédex, Azazel stated, his focus unwavering. Shemhazai sighed, exasperated. Oh Azazel, you're such a clown. This is serious. Let me tell you 2 things. First, Saji took it, Azazel said. And the second? Shemhazai asked, still incredulous. By shouting, you just revealed your position, since if you forgot, you were hiding. Realizing this, Shemhazai's face turned pale just as something slammed against the office door, shaking the walls. A beam of light sliced through the wooden door, and when it was withdrawn, the furious eyes of 2 women were revealed. Get out of there, Shemhazai. We just want to talk. Penemu shouted. Shemhazai, you piece of trash, get out here right now or I'll tear you apart. Kuroka added, her voice laced with fury. Azazel, who had been playing Pokemon on his phone without paying attention to the commotion, turned around, startled by Kuroka's words. What's up with her? Biko, from a distance, chimed in. They're both on their PRs, and Kuroka gets aggressive when that happens. Through the small hole in the door, Kuroka could be seen stepping back as lights began to form, indicating she was creating a magic circle. Shut up, monkey! Her shout was followed by a loud crash, an explosion, and a pained scream from Biko. Azazel wondered how Valeri was holding up. Azazel's house. Valeri, their beloved demon, lay curled up in a fetal position on the couch. Her red eyes were swollen from crying, and her vacant gaze was marked by tear streaks on her. Strands of her hair were scattered across the room, a testament to her troubled mental state. After the confrontation with her brother and being kicked out of her home, Valeri's anger had faded, replaced by a relentless wave of anxiety stemming from their separation. She had attempted to reach him through a magic circle, but it was futile. Rido, while training her with Antinita, had blocked any magic from reaching him, both from within and outside his body. She had asked several people if they knew his whereabouts, but no one had answers. Even Issei's group, still somewhat angry with her, had mentioned they were searching for him. Yet, nearly 3 months had passed without a trace of her beloved brother. The time apart was taking a toll on her. Consumed by guilt over his absence, Valeri began to spiral into depression, which worsened with each passing day. In the kitchen, the Pendragon siblings, Arthur and Lufei, watched helplessly as their friends sank deeper into despair. Kuo Academy, a cult club. Aquino broke the silence. So, we have a rating game tomorrow? Rias nodded. That's right. It will be against Diodora Astaroth. Aquino raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that seem strange? Two noble demons having an unofficial raiding game in a remote wasteland away from the Mao. Yes, it does sound odd, Rias admitted. But there are reasons for this, or rather, two reasons. And what are those? Aquino inquired. The first, which is less important, is to gain experience before an official raiding game. The second is that a meeting between factions will take place tomorrow, where we will showcase the power of young demons due to our group's high potential. I see, Aquino replied. But will it only be the three factions? It sounds like an event for something a bit more significant. Rias smiled at her comment. That's because this meeting will be Issei's house. Gander suddenly remembered, I almost forgot, we need to dress nicely tomorrow. Why is that? Tiamat asked. I was talking to my father and Azazel's house. Lu Fei hung up the phone she had been using and turned to her older brother with determination. Arthur, I know how to help Valeri-sama, she declared. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Kuroka entered the house, dragging a very tired Biko behind her. Kuroka. Is that Biko? Arthur asked. The exhausted Biko raised her right arm in a thumbs up, only for Kuroka to let go, causing Biko to crash to the floor. Kuroka sat on the couch and hugged Valeri, planting gentle kisses on her forehead and whispering sweet words in her ear to reassure her of her return. Valeri seemed to recognize her, sitting up and returning the embrace. Seeing everyone gathered, Lu Fei decided to speak up. Guys, I think I know where to find Issei-sama. At this, everyone turned to look at her, and even the light returned to Valeri's silver eyes. You see, I just spoke with Azazel-sama, and he told me that tomorrow, Occult Club, Rias continued, a meeting of factions will take place. Issei's house, Gander added, but there will also be a signing. Germany, Elf Village. Issei pondered, an alliance with the Nordics? Rido confirmed, yes, it seems stability has finally returned to Asgard. Now that they are back at their peak power, they can join the biblical factions in the war against those terrorists. What were they called again? Cow's Brigade. Issei suggested. Yes, that's it, Rizevim's group, Rido replied. As far as I know, the one leading that group is Ophis, Issei noted. Rido scoffed slightly. I'll believe it when I see it. I met Rizevim at his best, and he never liked taking orders from anyone. The Fallen Demon Alliance broke apart because of that. Issei's eyes lit up at this information. I highly doubt someone like him would take orders, even from Ophis, Rido added. I understand that the only person he listened to was my grandmother, Issei said, a soft smile crossing his face, contrasting sharply with Rido's disturbed expression. Let's just say that in front of De Maria Yestasama, there wasn't much that could be done. Rido remarked, shivering slightly. Are you two so calm during training hour? A voice interrupted. They turned to see Silver approaching. What are you up to? Silver asked. Just chatting for a bit. If I keep training at this pace, my muscles are going to burst, Issei replied, chuckling at the other dark-haired boy's attentive gaze. You're just what we need, Silver, Rido said. Why is that? Silver asked, confused. Issei, you'll have a duel with Silver so I can observe how your powers have developed from an outside perspective, Rido explained. Issei swallowed hard at this. After so much time training with Rido, he realized he was nowhere near his level. When Silver had trained him, he had never revealed any of his true power. It was clear to Issei that Rido and Silver possessed similar levels of strength, making him wary of letting his guard down. Despite his apprehension, Issei smiled defiantly and walked alongside Silver to a small clearing in the forest. Both opponents stared intently at each other, waiting for Rido to signal the start. With a wave of his hand, Rido initiated the confrontation. Issei and Silver rushed toward each other, their hands enveloped in magic. As they faced off, both pulled their arms back to charge a strike. But at the last second, Issei stepped aside and spun around to position himself right behind Silver. His hand was covered by a transparent white sphere, indicating he was using his Akuma no Mi. Seeing everything unfold almost in slow motion, Silver created an ice sword and turned to block the incoming attack with a horizontal slash. In defense against Issei's counterattack, Silver raised the arm he was about to strike with. The slash hit Issei's forearm, but Silver noticed that his sword shattered instantly upon impact, revealing that Issei's skin had multiple layers of armor before returning to normal. With the attack blocked, Issei extended his other arm towards Silver, executing a technique he had already planned. "Shinra Tensei," he shouted. The divine push of gravity sent Silver flying dozens of meters away, but the dark-haired boy never took his eyes off his rival as he soared through the air. Regaining his footing mid-air, Silver landed on his feet just in time to create an ice pillar to shield himself from the two giant water serpents Issei had conjured against him. When Issei's attack ended, Silver destroyed the ice pillar, shattering it into millions of ice shards that hung suspended in the air. With a flick of his fingers, the shards flew like bullets toward Issei. As Issei sensed the deadly attack approaching, he swiftly made a series of hand movements, quietly conjuring a spell. With a pointed index finger aimed at Silver, he executed the exchange technique, switching places with the dark-haired boy. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Silver turned around, only to be met with his own attack. Who would have thought the exchange technique could be this useful? I should definitely use it more often, Issei mused to himself. However, he quickly fell back into a defensive stance as a sense of danger emanated from Silver's direction. Just as his instincts warned him, a fierce magical attack shot toward him. Issei ducked to evade the strike, unaware that the ground beneath him was coated with a layer of Devil Slayer ice. Overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, Issei's mind raced. As a demon, the presence of that ice, or rather, the magic it contained, made him feel perpetually threatened. Damn it, he's exploiting my demon nature, making it impossible for me to detect his attacks. With all this ice around, my observation haki and senses are practically useless. I need to think of something and fast, he thought. Suddenly, Silver glided into Issei's line of sight, whistling and maneuvering over the ice with the grace of a professional skater. But it wasn't just his agility that caught Issei's attention. Each whistle released a cloud of fog that quickly enveloped the entire forest, obscuring Issei's vision completely. Silver launched a powerful blow toward Issei's face. Caught off guard and unable to perceive his surroundings, Issei couldn't block the hit. Before he could recover from the impact, another blow struck him, followed by yet another. The relentless assault continued, undetected, as the fog, infused with Devil Slayer magic, left Issei's mind no respite from the looming danger. Damn it, no matter how much my body is adapted to withstand this kind of magic, my demon nature still perceives it as a threat, preventing me from concentrating, he thought, frustration mounting. Silver threw a few punches into the obscured air, attempting to defend himself against any potential counterattack, but they were in vain. Issei continued to take hit after hit, unable to defend himself. However, after a while, Issei noticed something in the distance. Two bright points, one red and one blue. They were Rido's eyes, observing the entire fight with analytical precision. Is that Rido? Can he see? That doesn't make sense. Being a vampire, the Devil Slayer magic should affect him just like it does me. He shouldn't be able to. Understanding dawned on Issei. He must have strengthened his eyes with magic. By enhancing them beyond the fog's influence, he can see clearly and concentrate. A defiant smile crept onto his face, but it quickly faded as he realized Silver was behind him, an ice sword poised to strike. What a shame that you could only do this, Silver thought, lowering his sword toward Issei's back. Draig! Issei shouted. Balance breaker! Draig responded. In an instant, a massive pillar of red light erupted from where Issei stood, dissipating much of the fog in the process. From that pillar emerged Issei, clad in his armor. Draig's voice resonated powerfully, amplifying Issei's strength. Now it's my turn to have you on the ropes, Silver. The dark-haired man smiled at the challenge. Don't be so sure, kid, Silver said, extending his arms toward the sky. Dark clouds filled the heavens as he conjured his attack. Frost storm of the ice demon. A powerful hail began to fall in the forest, and it was clear that this was Devil Slayer ice. Issei smiled faintly, thinking to himself that it was a good strategy, but he knew how to counter it. Relaxing his breath, the silver-haired man fully engaged his observation hockey. Moving like a dancer, the blue-eyed fighter effortlessly dodged the ice falling from the sky, launching punches and kicks at his opponent, who focused solely on evading those attacks. "Let's see how you handle phase 2. Silver taunted. Casting a quick glance at the ground beneath him, Issei decided to halt his advance and began to leap and roll backward to avoid the chunks of ice flying in his direction. "Your senses are really impressive," Silver remarked. "I know. And they're even better for situations like this," Issei replied confidently. Silver's thoughts raced as he considered the implications of Issei's abilities. Feeling the imminent danger behind him, the dark-haired man ducked to evade a surprise attack from his opponent. That attack changed direction, turning back to strike at Silver, who jumped to the side to avoid the impact. "So now you're shaping your soul. That's interesting," Silver noted, turning slightly. "You even made a clone without me noticing," he added, spotting an unarmored clone of Issei standing a few meters away, alongside an Eastern dragon made of spiritual magic, crafted from Issei's soul. Rido, observing from a distance, fixed his gaze on the ground as if he wanted to see beneath it. "That was a good idea, but," Silver began, only to be interrupted by a sudden, colossal pressure pushing against him. Concentrating, he sensed the energy of another clone, buried dozens of meters underground, utilizing gravity magic. At the same time, the clone with the dragon rushed toward him and placed an anti-night bracelet around his neck. "As if I would let you," Silver protested, but when he tried to move, he felt as if his hands were chained, trapped between two very narrow walls. Yet there was nothing there, at least nothing he could see. From Rido's perspective, it was clear that Silver was ensnared by the chains of the Reaper, with two large pillars of Devil Slayer ice pressing against him. Illusion magic. He tricked Silver so he wouldn't see that he was trapped, Rido thought, realizing how well the plan had unfolded. The armored Issei took to the air, extending his wings to clear the sky. As he concentrated his power into them, he called out his attack. "Plus dimension." With that shout, the forest began to change. The density of the air, the atmospheric pressure, gravity, everything doubled in size and strength. Half-dimension is the technique of Hakuryuku that alters reality. For Issei to have created a counter to that technique while still training under my watch. "This kid has too much potential," Rido mused. To put it simply, Silver was having a rough time. He was immobilized, unable to use magic, and it seemed Issei was about to unleash a devastating attack. At that moment, he used all his strength to try to move, but it was impossible. "Let's end this," Issei declared. Another Issei appeared in front of Silver. This one wore only the gauntlets of the armor, but the sheer amount of energy he radiated made it clear that he was the original. Taking a stance to charge energy, the blue-eyed fighter brought his fists to the side, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Magic circles, hundreds of them, which Silver and Rido recognized as enhancers, began to appear and compress between the gauntlets as a sphere of energy formed. Boost, 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 boost. Drake shouted. The ground shattered. The wind went wild. The light emanating from that sphere of energy was so intense that it eclipsed the distant sunlight. A look of astonishment overtook Rido's face, while the effort was evident on Issei's. Terror filled Silver's gaze as he remembered something he should never have forgotten, the primal fear of death. "Limit! Explosion!" Drake cried. "Final dragon shot!" Issei shouted as he unleashed his attack, and the red light consumed everything. Issei fell to the ground, unconscious from a blow to the back of his neck delivered by Rido. The clones disappeared, the illusions followed right after, and in the next instant, everything that contained Silver vanished. He was sweating profusely, and his vampire friend was not much different. "If you had taken one more second, just 1 second longer, you would have died," Rido said, his tone serious. "In that situation without my devil force. I really could have died." "It's clear I haven't had a real fight in a long time," Silver admitted, his voice strained. With a tired groan, Issei got back up. "You know that just saying, 'stop,' would have made me stop, right?" he asked. Sorry, it was reflex, Rido replied. Well, what reflexes? I'm sorry about that, Silver. I didn't mean to almost incinerate you, Issei said, a hint of guilt in his voice. The human laughed. You don't have to worry, it was my fault in the first place, Silver reassured him. Rido cleared his throat. Well, considering what just happened, it goes without saying, but... The vampire, who had been facing away from Issei, turned to look at him directly. Issei, you're approved, Rido declared. The blue-eyed fighter perked up at the comment. For now, take a shower. We have a very important meeting to attend shortly, Rido instructed. Shower? Issei asked, sniffing his armpit and realizing he hadn't bathed properly in over a week. The smell of military training was becoming overwhelming. Okay, but where exactly do I shower? Rido snapped his fingers, and behind him, an entire bathhouse appeared, complete with showers and bathtubs. Can you teach me how to do that? Issei asked, eyes wide with curiosity. The vampire smiled slightly. No, Rido replied, his tone final. At Issei's house, with his friends, Saji said, remember, we need to dress well. What are you talking about? Fafnir replied, confused. I always dress well, he added, staring at Saji, especially at the shirt featuring Ronald McDonald fighting Burger King. Whatever you say. Hurry up if you don't want to look bad, Saji said, directing the comment more at Gander, who still hadn't changed out of his pajamas. Seeing the situation they were in, running out of time with no one knowing what to wear, the only girl in the group decided to speak up. I have an idea, Tiamat said, and the three turned to look at her. Since we are the Issei group, let's dress accordingly. The three exchanged glances for a moment before nodding in agreement. To Zazel's house. Valeri stood in front of a mirror, being made up by Kuroka, who was also wearing makeup. All done. When Ina sees you, his eyes will pop out. Kuroka exclaimed, stepping back to admire her work. Thanks for the help. Do you remember the plan? Valeri asked, her voice steady. Of course, Stuckies, sleep with him and sort this all out, Kuroka replied with a mischievous grin. Valeri turned red and began to steam with embarrassment. Exactly, she stammered, trying to regain her composure while her friend laughed. The plan is to take him somewhere private, talk to him, resolve this, and sleep with him, Kuroka interjected. And sleep with him? No. Valeri protested just as Lu Fei entered the room. Girls, it's about time to go, Lu Fei announced. Occult club. All right, everyone, let's have a raiding game worthy of the Gremory clan, Rias declared. Yes. The Gremory nobility responded enthusiastically. With that, each attendee began preparing for the signing of the alliance with the Norse gods, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Meeting place, 30 minutes later. We found ourselves in a large room that showcased the classic eccentricity of the demons, who were hosting once again. Surzex had claimed he prepared a raiding game as entertainment and a demonstration of the combat capabilities of the demons and their allies. In truth, he simply didn't want to travel far due to a stomachache. However, since the other factions liked the idea, they said nothing and agreed to go to hell. Outside the room, a large number of guards from all the invited factions, demons, angels, fallen angels, and Norse, stood ready. In the center of the room was a large table filled with cutlery, plates, glasses, and plenty of food. On Gander's advice, it was decided that the signing of the alliance would take place over dinner, as the Norse were known for their hearty appetites, which would impress their new allies. Gradually, the guests began to arrive. First came the demons, led by the 4 Maos, followed by their Esers, including the queens of each Mao and Sona. A few seconds later, the angels arrived, including Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel, accompanied by their respective Essi artists. Dulio Gesualdo, Giselda Quarta, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shidu, and Vasco Strata. A few minutes later, the fallen angels entered, consisting of Azazel and Shemhazai, with Valeri's group as their SRs. As soon as Valeri's group entered, they immediately began scanning the room for Issei. Finally, the Norse arrived with Odin, Loki, and Thor, accompanied by Rosweiss and Hela. It's a pleasure to see you again, Odindano, Serzex greeted. I can say the same, Brett. From what I see, your wife is still as stunning as ever, Odin replied, causing Graphia's eyebrow to twitch at the comment. Age hasn't taken away your charm, has it, old man? Azazel teased. But he's my drinking buddy. How are you, crazy crow Azazel? Odin responded. Pretty good, but if you really want to see a appealing woman, look at Gabriel, Azazel said, pointing. Odin nearly broke his neck turning to see where Azazel was pointing, only to find Michael standing in front of the blonde he wanted to see. Azazel, you JRK, she's our sister, Shemhazai scolded. Hello, Odin Dano, Michael greeted. Hello, Odin replied, slightly flustered. The representatives of each faction took their seats at the large table, with their SERTS standing right behind them. Hela and Valeri kept stealing glances at each other. They both knew who the other was, but they had never spoken, making the situation quite awkward. Hela had changed a lot since she was little. Her previously brown hair was now a mix of blue and red streaks, and it was much longer, reaching down to her thighs. Loki noticed the absence of some people. Sorry to interrupt, but shouldn't my son, the Sekirai, and the other dragons be here too? Now that you mention it. Michael said. We agreed to meet here at this time. Ajuka added. Issei has been training far away for a few days, but the guys should be here by now. Azazel noted. So where are they? Seraphal asked. Just then, a portal opened in one of the walls of the room and Issei stepped through, wearing a red shirt, a black leather jacket, black breathes, and black sneakers. Sorry for the delay, how's everyone doing? Issei greeted. And to answer your question, Mao Seraphal, he said as he entered, draping his arm over Issei's shoulder. It's rude to walk in front of the boss, Saji added. Issei's group had just entered the room, all dressed similarly to their leader, black leather jackets, black breathes, and black sneakers, with only the colors of their shirts differing. Saji wore purple, Gander wore black, Fafnir wore white, and Tiamat wore blue. Oh, so there you are. I didn't think you'd turned into a rock band, Odin remarked. The 5 dragons looked a bit confused by the god's comment. No, old man, these kids have no idea what good music is. They just dress like that to look cool, Azazel teased. Thanks to Azazel's teasing, the teenagers realized it was about their outfits. Team meeting, Fafnir suggested. The 5 gathered in a corner, watched by all the guests at the meeting. Do we really look like a rock band? Gander asked. No idea, I always dress like this, Issei replied. Now that you mention it. Saji said. When I suggested we all dress the same, I didn't think this would happen, Tiamat added. Still, it doesn't look bad on us, Gander said. I look particularly handsome, Fafnir declared. This outfit is really comfortable, Tiamat noted. But if we add the fact that we all play instruments. Saji began. I'll take 20% of whatever we earn from the concert, Fafnir joked. What concert are you talking about? Gander asked. Aren't we going to be a real band? I thought that's what you were. Going to say, Fafnir replied. We should think it over. Issei suggested. It's not a bad idea, Tiamat mused. The Rocker Dragons. Doesn't sound bad at all. Why does everything we do have to clarify that we're dragons? Suddy asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. For more pleasure, Fafnir replied with a smirk. Noticing that the dragons were gathered in their world and that everyone was listening, Azazel decided it was time to kick off the meeting. Well, here are the papers with the details of the alliance, he announced, handing a stack of documents to Odin. Odin took the papers and began to read. Some of the most important points include unconditional and immediate assistance in the event of an attack against you or from your side, as well as mutual collaboration in military exercises and practices, Ajuka added. Seraphal chimed in. It also includes a trade treaty among all allied factions, allowing trade within any territory that is allied or affiliated with the alliance. Odin looked up, intrigued. So if I sign, I can go see demons and fallen? Indeed, my good friend, Azazel confirmed. Where do I sign? Odin asked eagerly. Do you really want to take this seriously? Loki, Hela, and Rosweiss questioned in unison. Thor simply laughed. Let's be honest, If they wanted to wipe us out, they wouldn't have any trouble. The demons themselves have already defeated me twice. Twice. Hela echoed, her curiosity piqued. Thor sighed. Long before you were born, when Odin was the great conqueror of the north, Edward Lucifer, at just 12 years old, entered Asgard and defeated Odin to stop his conquests. Loki added, and a few years ago, Issei Lucifer, also 12, came and defeated the old man. Odin grimaced at the thought. Just thinking about that makes my back hurt. But with time comes wisdom. In these times, it's best to get along with others. You never know when we might need help. Hela pondered this. That sounds reasonable. I wonder if the child I have with Issei-sen will also fight against Grandpa. Her comment earned her the fixed gaze of everyone present, which was everyone. A hand rested on Hela's right shoulder, sending a shiver down her spine. Turning slightly, she found herself face to face with Grafia. Could you explain the part about your child with Issei, Hela-chan? Grafia asked, her voice steady. Surzek thought, Chan? The intense gaze of everyone, combined with the pressure from the woman behind her, made the fearsome goddess of death tremble. Seeing that Hela couldn't speak, Gander made a decision. He would sell out his friend to save his sister. Ahem. Allow me to introduce her for those who don't know, Gander said, moving to where his sister stood and separating her from the silver-haired girl. The girl next to me is the goddess of death, Hela, my younger sister, and the fiancé of Issei Lucifer, who is over there trying to escape. Everyone's gaze turned to the door, where Issei, Saji, and Fafnir were attempting to flee. Silence fell over the room. Tiamat looked somewhat lost, while Odin signed the papers, and Azazel burst into laughter. Oh, no way. So that's why you always accompanied Gander to Asgard, to see your fiancé, Azazel said, amusement lighting up his face. Several others began to laugh, easing the tense atmosphere. Azazel got up and dragged Issei to the table, where he sat him down. Now I want to hear the details. How many times did you? You know. Hela's face turned crimson, and Issei swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Gander, Loki, Grafia, and his sister's glares. I haven't yet, Issei stammered. We only did it twice. There's no need for an interrogation, Hela interjected, her embarrassment palpable. In the chaos, Issei fell to the ground with Gander on top of him, trying to strangle him. That's why you disappeared all afternoon. Gander exclaimed. The majority of the room erupted in laughter, while others, like Lefay and Hela, who realized too late what she had said, hid their faces in their hands. Oh boy, Penemu is going to get jealous, Azazel remarked, watching the unfolding drama. Two hands rested on the fallen's shoulders, Grafia's and, surprisingly, Hela's. What? They both asked in unison. I really messed up. Azazel muttered. Tiamat thought to herself, that's it, you guys, kill each other and make way for me. Valeri could no longer hold back. She was ready to kick Gander and confront her brother herself. Observing the brewing conflict, Surzek took a crystal glass and tapped it with a spoon to capture everyone's attention. To celebrate the newly signed alliance with the Nordic faction, I took the liberty of organizing a raiding game between two young demons, he announced. A large holographic screen appeared on one of the walls, displaying the newly started duel between the nobles. I planned this to showcase the talent, potential, and above all the, Surzek began, but was interrupted. Surzek. Serafal interjected. Yes? He replied, turning to her. Take a look at the raiding game, she urged. Sure, why not, what the hell? Surzek exclaimed, staring at the screen where a large army was attacking a castle instead of the expected duel.